chances you are going to have. So if you're born in poverty, you're going to have very different life chances than somebody born in wealth, etc. Your life chances determine your future health and illness and longevity. Your life chances determine your access to health care. And ultimately, your life chances determine your life in the community. So it's really a very simple model. Social determinants influence your life chances, and then your life chances play out in how healthy you are and how long you live, whether you have good or poor access or no access to health care, and how you are able to live your life in the community. So what actually are social determinants? So I'm using here the definition from the Healthy People 2020 initiative. Social determinants are the cultural, social, economic, health, and environmental conditions at the national, regional, community, and family level that influence one's life chances, including one's future physical and behavioral health. So we'll process that a little bit. So some of the influence in your social determinants is coming from the national level, some is coming from the state and regional level, some is coming from your local community, and some is literally coming from your family. And all of these influences affect your life chances and what's going to happen to your life. A very good example of this is the fact that if I know what zip code you live in, I'm going to predict with very high accuracy about how long you're going to live and what illnesses you will suffer from before you die, actually. That's the impact, the tremendous impact of the social determinants of health. What are some examples of negative social determinants? Obviously, poverty. Obviously, poverty. If you're born in poverty, a lot of life chances simply are not available to you and are unlikely to become available to you. Racial, sexual, and social discrimination. Example here, if you are subject to heavy racial discrimination, you will lose potentially 7 to 11 years off of your life, as an example. Social exclusion. We all learned a lot about the problem of social exclusion in the pandemic, the recent pandemic, and what we learned about social isolation is the fact that social isolation has the same negative impact on you as if you smoked a pack of cigarettes every day, basically. Poor quality education, and I'm including in poor quality education lack of social emotional training for children, lack of appropriate cultural and social support for children when they're in the educational system and so on. Lack of access to quality health care. A huge portion of the American population doesn't have good access to quality health care. Little or no access to quality food deserts, too many McDonald's, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And abundant access to fructose, fatty foods, and so on. Those are all examples of negative social determinants. Some examples of positive social determinants: social support and inclusion. One of the primary factors in a person's recovery from mental illness is appropriate social support and inclusion. A nurturing family for children. Children thrive in a nurturing family. Good health education. Part of the problem of our health education, as I'm probably no different where you are, is that if I looked at the health education text used in your local schools, I will bet you there's not even a chapter on mental health, basically. Terrible problem here. Positive role models. Positive role models. You can think about that a little bit. This could be local role models, you know, the local coach in the school, the local religious leader, the local person who takes on initiatives in the community. We need those kinds of positive role models for everyone. Opportunities for engagement in the community. Now, maybe swing back and talk a little bit more about community at the end. A lot of people don't have any opportunities for engagement in the community. Every community has historically excluded groups. The question is, in your county, what are the historically excluded groups in your county? Are they the poor? Are they the indigenous population? Are they blacks? Are they Hispanics? Who are they, basically? Strong social communities and obviously positive social determinants are the obverse of negative social determinants. We'll go through a couple of examples here. Listen, this is very telling. So health differences between the UK and the US for people who are 55 to 64 years old by level of income. So we're looking at heart disease there on the left. You see for each level of income, the prevalence of heart disease is higher in the US than it is in the UK. So what is it about American culture and the social determinants of health in American society that causes that to be true? You go to the second one, it's also true. Absolutely true of diabetes. Every single level of income is higher for the US than it is for England. And you can also see that for both of those, heart disease and diabetes, the poor fare worst, basically. Low income fares worse, middle income in between, and high income best, basically. Then you see cancer on the right. It's not as clear that it relates per se to poverty, but it's also still clear that it relates in some way to the culture in the US, where the rates for all levels of poverty are higher than they are in the UK, basically. Here's another example of this. This is US life expectancy for people at age 25, and I assume a lot of you sitting there today are about age 25. So the first thing you note is there's a difference in life expectancy for men and women here. Secondly, the second thing you'll note is that there is a difference by level of education. So for men who have less than 12 years of education and are 25, the life expectancy is 47.9 more years. For those who have more than 15 years of education, it's 54.7. You see the parallel figures there for women. And look at the difference between low level of education and high. So for men, it's about 7 years. So if you have more than 16 years of education, you're likely to live 7 more years than someone who has less than 12 years of education if you're a man. And if you're a woman, you're likely to live 5 years more than someone who has less than 12 years. These are the effects of social determinants on our lives. And they are just very, very pronounced, basically. Here's another example. This is US life expectancy at birth by socioeconomic deprivation. So we have 10 levels of socioeconomic deprivation from poor on the left to more wealthy on the right. And then we have 3 different time points, 80 to 82, 89 to 91, and 98 to 2000. So in every single instance, we can say, oh my God, things are improving in the US. Everything is getting better for everybody. The wealthiest are getting better. The intermediate are getting better. The poor are getting better. But what's happening here? Let's look at the number for the wealthiest in each instance. If we go from the wealthiest in 1980-82, that was about 75 and a half years. That's now almost 79 and a half. It's about a 4-year gain. If we look at the poorest, here, it went from about 73 to, I'm going to call it 74 and a half, went up about a year and a half. So the wealthiest gained about 5 years, where the poorest gained only about a year and a half. So the disproportion, in effect, is growing. This is another example of the social and physical determinants of health being at play on people's lives, that the statistics, in this sense, don't lie. And I'll cite one example from my own research that was literally shocking to me when I did the work. So, about 15 years ago, I did a project where I was examining the length of life of people with mental illness who were cared for in the public mental health system. And I had data from 8 states, and it was 100% data, so it wasn't any sample data. And I had in those 8 states data for 3 years, so every year was a replicate. So I had 24 replicates of what I'm going to say here. So it wasn't findings in one local place with a small sample at one time. It was universe data for 8 states for 3 years. And the finding was literally shocking to even me, that public mental health clients die on average 25 years younger than other people. So for men, basically, who might live to be 78, they're going to die at about age 53, etc. Women who die at 84 are going to die at about 59, etc., etc. So another shocking finding here, that the people with mental illness cared for in the public mental health system died of the same exact things other people died of. They just died many years earlier. So what is it about people with mental illness, and what is it about the social and physical determinants of health they're exposed to that leads to that tremendous differential? I would say that differential is literally a public health crisis. For any other field, we would say, my God, we have to go and get federal money to address this, and so on. So, an example from my own personal experience here. So, what are we going to do about these various things? So, I envision here kind of 3 levels for action. One is you can do monitoring, training, and research. So we need a lot more research into this. And we don't only need national research, we also need local research. So I would want to ask, what are the fundamental, problematic social determinants of health in Mankato, Minnesota? And how do they differ from the surrounding counties? And then, what do we know about them? What do we know about our ability to intervene in them? So we need to do some monitoring, training, and research. And what are we going to do with that monitoring, training, and research? We have to come to understand the structural drivers of the social determinants of health, basically. What are the structural drivers of the social determinants of health? And I'll come back and talk more about that. And then, not only the structural drivers, but the actual conditions in which people are born, grow, live, work, and age. So, what is it about how people live their life in Mankato, Minnesota, against those social determinants that leads to the health and longevity outcomes that occur in Mankato, Minnesota, basically? I want to insert this in here because I'm doing a lot of work right now on the problem of social justice, and I've come to believe that a huge part of our problem of the social determinants, sometimes I call it social determinants, sometimes I call it social and physical determinants, it's all under one label, and I'll tell you why in a few minutes here. That the fundamental problem here is a problem of social justice. That we have tremendous inequities in our society. Some of them are by poverty, some of them are by education, some of them are by physical location, and on and on and on. We have major inequities in our society that we are not addressing. That is a problem of social justice. A A lot of my students at University of Southern California work on social justice capstone projects. How are we going to overturn the problem of social isolation, or the problem of smart decarceration, or the problem of inequity in income? One of the vehicles of addressing these social justice problems is empowerment as a means. And what do I mean by empowerment? Material empowerment, getting you the training, the wealth, and so on you need to do things. Psychosocial empowerment, having you actually believe that you can do things and influence the community. And political power. And political power occurs in all forms. The elected officials, the informal leadership in a community, the leadership in a school system, the leadership in a church, et cetera, et cetera. Those are all examples of different political power. So we need to work to empower to address social justice issues. And what we want to do, we want to create the conditions for people to take control of their own lives and play a bigger role in, are there going to be food deserts in my neighborhood? What are we going to do about the pollution, the oil pollution that exists down the street in the gas station that had leaky tanks, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. All of those issues, creating the conditions for people to take control of their lives. Now, another way of looking at social justice, and I always use this when I teach, I want to start with the basic premise that good health is a human right. It isn't something that you have to attain. It is a human right that you have as a person. And for that, I cite the Declaration of Independence of the United States, which says we want to pursue life, which is good health, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. So it comes literally out of the Declaration of Independence, and it also comes out of the preamble to the Constitution of the United States. So I'm going to argue good health is a basic human right. Second premise here, we value all people equally. So I think in most audiences, everybody agrees with the first premise. I'm not sure everybody, in fact, practices as if they agree with the second premise. We value all people equally. So you have to ask yourself, and I have to ask myself, do I actually value all people equally that I encounter? Do I value all my students equally? Do I value the people in my neighborhood equally, et cetera, et cetera? In order to address disparities and promote equity, we have to start working harder on the second assumption here: all people are valued equally. If we do that, then it's going to be much easier for us to begin addressing disparities and promoting equity. Disparities in equity, I was involved in doing an article a few years ago to define what we mean by disparity and what we mean by equity. Disparity, very simple, a difference between two groups irrespective of its source. So the examples I showed you before between the poor and people who are more wealthy, or between the people with less education and more education, are examples of disparities between groups. Equity intends to address disparities that are due to social disadvantage. So equity is not intending to do everything, but it is intending to do disparities that are due to social disadvantage. Equity intends to distribute resources based on need. So equity does not imply equality. Equity, in an equity system, you would give more to people who need more and give less to people who need less. You wouldn't give the same thing to literally everyone, basically. And I think a lot of work now is going on in the area around disparity and equity, particularly for DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, And I'm sure we'll hear more about that as the day goes on here a little bit, basically. So what I'm showing you right here now is the model for the social determinants from the Healthy People 2020 initiative. So in this model, you see the social determinants in the circle: broad social, economic, cultural, health, and environmental conditions, living and working conditions, social, family, and community networks, individual behavior, and then individual traits, basically. Then you see on the left, interventions that we are doing to affect those social determinants, policies, programs, and information. And on the right, you see the outcomes, behavioral outcomes, changing specific risk factors, diseases and conditions, reducing injury, improving well-being, and health-related quality of life, and improving health equity. And if we look at the outcomes and we're not doing well, then we need to cycle back and modify our interventions. And this is a continuous process going on all the time. If some of you are very interested in the work that the Healthy People 2020 Committee did, I'll be very happy to share with Alex the document from which this graphic is taken, basically. So this is one example, one way to look at the social determinants of health and figure out how what you're going to do in your local community can be fit into this model, basically. Now, I want to go on and talk about prevention of substance abuse and mental illness, reduction of trauma and crisis, and promotion of recovery support. Now I'm going to go through another model to start this. And this particular model, it was developed originally by a person named Sir Michael Marmot, M-A-R-M-O-T. Sir Michael Marmot is a knight in the UK. He was the chair of the World Health Organization Committee on Social Determinants. And his co-chair was, at the time, the sitting Surgeon General of the United States in the late 1990s. So at any rate, Sir Michael Marmot developed the model that I'm going to show you, and the model I'm going to show you is actually the model that is being applied today in the UK. So I'm going to lay it all out, and then I'm going to go through the whole thing here. So what is our goal here? You see that at the very top. What is our policy goal? To reduce health inequities and improve health and well-being for all. So what are some of our policy objectives? We want to create an enabling society that maximizes individual and community potential. We want to ensure social justice, health, and sustainability are at the heart of policies. Social justice, health, and sustainability are at the heart of policies. So when I was on the Healthy People 2020 Committee, we said we don't want to have any federal legislation that doesn't address the fundamental problem of health in all policies. This is a little bit broader than that here. And then some of the sub-objectives you see here. Give every child the best start in life. So have to ask, in Mankato, Minnesota, are you giving every child the best start in life that you can in Mankato? Enable all children, young people, and adults to maximize their capabilities and control their lives. Create fair employment and decent work for all. Ensure a healthy standard of living for all. Create and develop healthy and environmentally sustainable places and communities. And strengthen the role and impact of health prevention and promotion, basically. So those are all more individual policy objectives, and they don't only apply at the level of a country, which is what Marmot did. He applied them at the level of the country, and he also applied them at the level of the city, he applied them at the level of London. And then what we want to come out of this is equality and health equity in all policies, and effective evidence-based delivery systems. But for your purposes, I would focus on those in brown here and ask the question, of these 6 things, what are you doing in Mankato, Minnesota about these 6 things? And they may not all be problems in Mankato, Minnesota, or they may be, don't know. But that's the role of research and understanding what the social determinants of are. And for example, the very first one, give every child the best start in life. If I don't work with children when they are born and understand, is this child talking at the appropriate age? Is this child learning at the appropriate age? Is this child seeing appropriately? Is this child able to walk at the appropriate age, and so on? I'm not giving that child the best chance I can. And we all know that that's going to vary by community, it's going to vary by poverty level, et cetera, et cetera. And there's a program called Bright Beginnings that actually looks at those factors in young children. And also another program, Healthy Start. So does this child have the vaccinations the child should have? Is the child being examined by a pediatrician every 6 months, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, and so forth? Examples of this, basically. And you can take each one of these. Create fair employment and decent work for all. I'm going to come back to that in a few minutes and talk about some work I'm doing on rural communities. So this is the model that Marmot used, basically. So you thinking of this model and the one from the Healthy People 2020 Committee, I then want to go and say, what are some of the things that could be done here? Prevention of substance use and mental conditions. What are some person, community, and population interventions that can be done to prevent substance use? For example, drug-free communities would be one example of this. And do we have community structure and operations that are in support of prevention of substance use? For example, I hope that there are no pill mills in your county, basically. The pill mill is a place where anybody can go in and get drugs and get prescribed drugs, and we have doctors writing prescriptions for these. Hopefully some of the very recent legislation the Congress has passed has cleaned some of this up. And thirdly, working at national, state, and local policies to support what we are trying to do here in the community of prevention of substance use and mental conditions. And so the example I've given you there is an example of substance use. Reducing trauma and crisis. Reducing trauma and crisis. Again, what are some of the person, community, and population interventions that we can use to reduce trauma and crisis? And so here I'm going to cite the example of ACEs, Adverse Childhood Experiences. Every community should be looking at the ACEs of its children in the school system. And we all know from work that has been done, was done originally at Kaiser Permanente in California, then it was done by the Centers for Disease Control, that shows that children exposed to 4 or more ACEs before they are 18 have a very high probability of developing a behavioral health condition. What do I mean by ACEs? Physical abuse, sexual abuse, violence, living with rats, on and on and on. All of those things are ACEs, and there's a very good ACE scale that can be used to determine what ACEs a particular child has been exposed to. So are we actually looking at the ACEs of the children in Mankato, Minnesota? And if we're having problems with particular ACEs, are we doing something about it? Community structure and operation are equally important. How are we creating healthy development for all children? For example, I worked with Kent County in Michigan, and they said, and it was very interesting, the Kent County Board was a group of white-haired men, all of whom I would say were over 70 years old. To their great credit, they said, we are losing our children in this community. We are losing them. We're losing them to drugs, we're losing them to dropout, we're losing them to mental illness, we're losing our children. They began a program in Kent County for every child under the age of 5. So every child in Kent County goes through the Bright Beginning program that I mentioned before and the Healthy Start program. Every child is monitored for older siblings in the family or older adults in the family that do drugs, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so they've been able in Kent County to begin to turn this around. And they did this not with federal money, they did this with their own local money and local philanthropy. So sources of funding don't always need to be the federal government, although that's very helpful. They can also be local sources of funding. And again, same thing, national, state, and local policies must work in concert. So how are we working on that problem of reducing trauma and stress and crisis for children, as an example? So recovery support. So a lot of you work in the mental health field. I'll say a few words about recovery support here. Person, community, and population interventions are very important to implement. For example, social inclusion. A major feature of recovery for most people who are on the recovery journey, whether it be on the mental health side or the substance use side, is appropriate social inclusion. What happens to people when they develop these conditions, they lose their social voice because they've lost their social inclusion. So a very important effort is to bring this back. Again, the second factor, community structure and operation are equally important. Job and housing supports. So another part of recovery is becoming engaged in the community, that you actually live somewhere, you're responsible for where you live. Ideally, you also have a job, even if it's only a part-time job. You are socially and economically and physically engaged in your community. Community structure is needed for that. There's a lot of work going on right now on housing for poor people and housing for near poor people. It's a major issue in most communities. It probably is no doubt any different for you in Minnesota and would be something that you ought to be looking. So what can the county do to improve low-income housing in our county? Where are we going to build this low-income housing? How are we going to attract people into that local income housing? And again, at the top level, national, state, and local policies must work in concert, basically. So these are just 3 examples I wanted to go through to have you begin to understand that this is not only about national action or state action, it's also about community action and working with the individuals in your own community. So I want to go on. I'm going to move ahead here. This is my contact information, but I'm not done yet. I want to talk about a couple of things yet. I want to talk about some work that I've been engaged in on community that I think is relevant to this entire conversation here today. So I'm the chair of the Rural Behavioral Health Collaborative in an entity called the International Initiative on Mental Health Leadership. And that international initiative represents all English-speaking countries in the world. So in our Rural Behavioral Health Collaborative, we said we need to take on and look at what work is being done on community development in different places. So we looked at a project in the United States, project being done by the Hogg Foundation in 5 counties in Texas. Then we looked at 2 indigenous areas, provinces in Canada. We looked at some rural outback in Australia and New Zealand and so on. And it was amazing what we found in these different projects, completely independent projects done by people who had never really talked with each other before, is that there's some basic principles about building community. And the most fundamental principle about building community is listen to the community. Listen to what the community tells you about what the problems are in a community and what can be done about the community. Principle 1. Principle 2, include historically excluded groups. As I said before, every community has historically excluded groups. So in this work on community, you really need to reach out and include historically excluded groups. And as I said before also, that will vary somewhat depending upon your community and who are your historically excluded groups, basically. 3, let indigenous leadership emerge in the community. Every community has indigenous leadership, and that indigenous leadership needs to be brought forth because that indigenous leadership can help you solve the problems in that community. And then finally, principle 4, in the community, have community-wide events that allow you to celebrate your successes when you do something well. And that might be a community dinner that you invite everybody. You don't just invite the people from the church, you invite the homeless people, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You invite everybody. And you might even have some dancing at that event. But community-wide events. So if you're going to empower your community to take on some of these social determinants that I've been talking about, you need to think about some of these principles of community empowerment and how you might bring that about in Mankato, Minnesota. The other thing I want to mention here is well-being. So as we go forth here, I think my prediction will be that as we begin to look at the outcomes we need to be looking at here in our healthcare systems and our behavioral health systems and our communities, well-being is going to emerge as a major focus of things we should look at. And I'm very happy to report that this year, 2022, is the first year ever that the National Health Interview Survey, which surveys about 105,000 people a year, actually has a well-being question. How would you rate your overall well-being at the present time? Excellent, very good, good, fair, or poor. And it's the first time we've ever had that question. Doesn't go far enough, but at least it's a start. You should be aware also of the work that SAMHSA has been done on the 8 dimensions of wellness: physical, mental, social, spiritual, economic, work, intellectual, and environmental. They have 8 dimensions. And there are measures for this. And there's other work that's been done by NIH. So as you engage in this work on social determinants in your community, I would encourage you to look at measures of personal and community well-being as the outcomes of your work. So are you able to actually impact on the personal and community well-being? A couple other quick items here. There's a lot of work ongoing right now on 988 and crisis response. And we absolutely need to have that work because behavioral health is in crisis, and we have huge numbers of people who are in behavioral health crisis, partly due to the pandemic, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. However, 988 is not the whole story. If we did better work on the social determinants of health, we would have fewer calls to 988, which was the point of the person who said this morning in the article, if we can figure out how to reduce people's stress, we'll have less crises. And we're going to do that by working on the social determinants of health. So when you're thinking about your work on 988, think how we can bring in work on the social determinants to complement that. A quick example of that, about 20% of the calls that come into the 988 system are non-emergency calls. They are calls because the person is having some type of an issue. It could be, you know, I lost my job yesterday, my landlord threw me out, I'm fighting with my mother or my spouse or my child, my check didn't come. Those are all social determinants that we need to address. If we address them, that person will be much less likely to go into crisis. I won't quite say never go into crisis, but much less likely to go into crisis. And then finally, the Biden health plan, which we are now advocating for, the three-part plan. He wants to put $110 billion of new money into behavioral health care. He wants to train a lot more behavioral health professional and paraprofessional providers. He wants to extend parity, and he wants to extend behavioral health into new settings, libraries, community centers, homeless shelters, and so on. All of this is about expanding the focus of behavioral health so we get a broader focus on the social determinants of health. So with that, I'm going to stop talking and turn this back over to Alex. And Alex, I don't know whether we have any capacity to do a few minutes of Q&A or not, but I'll leave that up to you. And thank you all again for inviting me. I always enjoy coming out and talking to my good friends and colleagues in Minnesota.
Ron, you still there?
I'm still here, yes.
Can you hear us okay?
I can hear you, yes.
Okay, I think we have a few minutes here for questions, if anyone has any. I'll go ahead.
Maybe when you get a question, you could repeat it for me so I can hear, because I can only hear you. I can't hear anybody else, basically.
Sure, can you hear this okay too?
Yeah, you're okay.
Okay.
I can hear you.
I'm gonna pass the mic off over here. So yeah, if anyone has any questions, raise your hand. If you don't have any questions, I of course have like a few that I could probably ask. But yeah, now's your chance if you have any questions for Ron. Or not? Okay, well, I'm gonna go ahead and ask some questions then because that's just what I do. Or did someone raise their hand? Oh, yep, there we go, way back in the middle there.
Okay, can you repeat? You're a little garbled here.
Sorry, we should, there we go.
Oh, good morning, Ron. So here, I'll make a statement and then my question. So most people in this room are probably paid to work with people at what we might call the micro level, doing support work, probably doing therapy, whether it's individual or family or group, supporting people through medication management, maybe doing behavior management, maybe doing support groups. And as I listen to you talk, my guess is, and I should also say I'm a professor of social work here, and Paul and Jennifer are my colleagues, and I teach on the macro side of our MSW program. So, you know, most people, I'm going to guess, in this room are not paid to do the social justice work that you outlined, not paid to address the structural issues through their employer, not paid to support people in community engagement, but they're beholden quite a bit to the third-party payers who don't pay us, and you guys can all say if I'm right or wrong, who don't pay us to do these kinds of things that you're talking about. So I'm wondering, which is important, I'm just wondering, like, what are your suggestions, or how do you respond to that? Because it's clear that this side of the work is extremely important, and I imagine most people here agree that it's important, but how do you do this work in a system that doesn't support you doing this work?
Okay, so excellent question, and thank you for asking it. And I'm sure many other people are wondering the same thing in your audience there. So first, let me talk a little bit about how healthcare and behavioral healthcare is evolving. And health and behavioral healthcare is evolving in the sense of incorporating more dimensions. So historically, behavioral health worked by itself. Now behavioral health also works with primary care. And we're now, thirdly, adding what I'm going to call social care. Social care. And there's a lot of work ongoing on that. And social care is exactly the types of things that I've been talking about. So when you see a client, a mental health client, or a substance use client, and it's obvious they're having problems in the social determinants, there's going to be work done on the social determinants. It's not only going to be giving therapy to that person when everybody in the room knows we need to do something about the social determinants. How are we going to pay for this? We're going to pay for this because there are changes underway in Medicaid, as an example, to include payment for social care interventions. So payment to link the person to the local job office, link the person to the local housing office, link the person to social services, et cetera, et cetera. That is all underway. It isn't fully developed, but it's underway. So what I would say to you is there is hope coming along, including in the Biden administration, to do something about this. The classic example, the public health example that I learned long ago was if you're standing along a river and you see a bunch of people floating by who are drowning, you can pull those people out, and you keep pulling them out, and more come and you pull them out, but you don't solve the problem. What you absolutely have to do is go upstream and find out how they're getting in the river. Working on the social determinants goes upstream to find out how they're getting into the river so that you don't have to pull them out of the river and so on. If we did better work with the social determinants, your work in implementing group therapy and individual therapy and various interventions would actually be much easier. So we have a problem of being a downstream system where we need to become an upstream system. The process has started. Hopefully you'll be on the boat when the process moves along and so on. So I don't have a perfect answer for you, but I'm hopeful that as we move forward, there's going to be more and more support for these types of activities because there's broad realization that we absolutely have to do this.
All right. Well, I think that's all the time we have for questions for Ron. Ron will be coming back later this afternoon to kind of wrap up the conference. So if you have some other questions that you want to ask him at that point in time, please feel free to do so. We are going right into a break here, which we're about a minute over, which is totally fine. And I just wanted to mention something really quick here, is that we are out of coffee, which in some states I think is punishable by death. So please don't hurt me. I did contact people in the back, and they said that they would do their best. There's a Starbucks down a floor. You should be able to get there in about 10 minutes if they're moving quick. And there's no Wi-Fi password. It's just Mav guests should be able to log into their servers. So it is secure. Okay, we'll see you in about 10 minutes. Oh, you did? No. Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. right. Well, hopefully everyone had a chance to refuel and do a little Facebook scrolling during our break. I'm pleased to introduce our next presenter. I was just telling Bukata in the back that I heard him speak several years ago when he was the director at the Greater Mankato Diversity Council, and how impactful that presentation was for me at that point in time. Where we live down here in rural Minnesota, we don't always think about race, and I am guilty of that as well. So, he really provides a unique perspective, and one that we all need to hear, especially in this day and age. So, like I said, please introduce Bukata Hayes.
All right, good morning. So Bukata Hayes, a lot of you may know me as the executive director of the Greater Mankato Diversity Council. I was there for about 15 years. I spent 27 years total in Mankato before moving up to Richfield about 3 months ago. Right, so came to Mankato as an 18-year-old and stayed up until 2022. So now I'm the Vice President for Racial and Health Equity and the Chief Equity Officer at Blue Cross Blue Shield of Minnesota. And so part of that work, thank you. Yeah, clap, please. So part of that work, in particular around racial and health equity, stems from 2020, right, in our state. Both the murder of George Floyd, the racial reckoning after that, and what we started to notice regarding COVID and the disproportionate impacts we were getting from COVID. And so my work is to identify those areas in which we do have gaps, sort of work in community. So I appreciated the presenter before talking about get engaged in community. Community has the answers is what we believe. You'll see that in a little bit too. And sort of figure out solutions, partner to figure out solutions. So what we'll talk about today is around systemic racism, right? That became a topic of conversation. It became something that we asked not only our state and our organizations, but a nation and a globe to engage in. And so this first quote is from Ossie Davis. So Ossie Davis is an actor. He was an activist. He appeared in films like Spike Lee's joint Do the Right Thing and Jungle Fever. Renowned, really. And this quote says, "Every black person in America dies, first of all, from being black. Any other cause of death is hardly worth putting on the death certificate." Pretty strong. But what I'd like to sort of talk through today is that racism impacts our existence, our health, our ability to even be present in some spaces. And I think that's what Ossie Davis was getting at, was that it impacts us to that extent. So we just heard a little bit about the social determinants of health. The idea that 80% of your health is determined outside of sort of connection with healthcare or healthcare institutions. Think about that, 80%. That means it's such things as environment, such things as genetics, such things as behaviors, what we call the social drivers or determinants of health. And so as we talk about race, one of the things I always like to do in the space is, in particular, as I've been in southern Minnesota, is to simply ask this question. So I'm gonna give you an opportunity. Hopefully you introduce yourself to folks at your table, because what I would like you to do is to simply answer this question with a percentage, 0 to 100. And the question is simply, what percentage of your day do you think about race? What percentage of your day do you think about race? So what I would like you to do is just take a few minutes at your table to share what percentage came to your mind, what percentage did you land on, and then sort of explain to your table mates why you arrived at that percentage. So I'm gonna give you about 5 minutes to do that. So it means you cannot talk for a really long time, but you can share your percentage and why. All right, so go ahead. Give you about another minute or so. All right, we'll come back together. We'll come back together. So what I would like, I'm just going to give a range of percentages, right? And so I'm just going to say a range of percentages. Now, if you landed in that range of percentages, just want you to raise your hand. Want you to take a look around, see who raised their hand, see who didn't, and then we'll move to the next range, all right? So the first range would be 0 to 30. How many of us said we think about race 0 to 30, okay? So again, keep your hands raised, please, and just look around at the rest of the folks, right? Look around at the rest of this audience who has their hand raised for 0 to 30, all right? So a good majority of us, okay? Next range is 31 to 70. 31 to 70. Raise your hand up high if you said 31 to 70, okay? Again, take a look at the percentage of us now who are raising our hand, okay? Very good. And the last one is 71 to 100. Anybody 71 to 100? Okay, 1, 2, 3. So 3 of us. Okay. So one of the things why we like to do that is because when we're talking about a topic such as race that we know we have struggled with as a nation for a really long time, one of the things I'd like to do is at least get sort of our perspective, our consciousness in the space. So for this very reason, and that is, if you think about race, 0 to 30%, 0 meaning none to about 30% meaning sometimesy, I'll say. The idea that we know it all, or we've talked about it, or we've engaged with it to the extent to understand it more, just isn't the truth. So part of it is, how do we allow for space for those who are 0 to 30, those who are 31 to 70, and those who are 71 to 100 to engage in the same space, to talk about the same thing, and to simply share our experiences. So as we engage, if I'm 0 to 30, I can't be an expert. I can't have all the answers. I don't have all the answers. And that has to be okay. I think part of the reason why we don't engage is because we believe we have to have the answers, or the right answer, or the right language. And part of it is to simply say, I don't think about it that much. Like, tell me something else that you don't think about that much that you have mastery over. Right? So that's part of what I would like for us to do as we engage today, is just simply acknowledge where we're at. Right? I have another protocol that comes from a book called Courageous Conversations on Race. It's by Glenn Singleton. It's actually a field guide for equity in schools. It's published in 2005. But these 4 agreements, I think, are really important when we're talking about difficult topics, in particular around race. So one, which we just kind of got to, was to speak your truth. We are not asking you to be anybody you are not. We're asking you to be who you are, and simply be okay with bringing that to the space. Whatever experiences, whatever knowledge that you have on this topic. And then we allow for others to speak their truth, to bring their experiences, their sort of lived experience, knowledge to the space, and we engage, right? To stay engaged in the conversation. I know I'm only here for another 30 some odd, 40 minutes, and you have other things that you have to do. But I often say, if this is the only time that we get this collection of people in the same space to have a conversation, let's make some progress. We most likely will never have this collection of folks again. But if we do, let's actually engage, stay engaged to see what kind of progress we can make. The other is to experience discomfort. So I know in sort of our American context, whenever there's discomfort in a conversation, we take that something is going wrong. Like, we must not be seeing eye to eye, right? Like, there's emotion in it. My temperature feels like it's rising. The temperature in the room feels like it's... I would say experiencing discomfort is a really important piece, a critical step, actually. It means something's going right. I want you to think about, how do you reconcile your lived experiences, your truths, without it being tough, without it being difficult, I'm 47 years old. 47-year-old African-American male, born in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, sort of urban city upbringing, moved to Mankato, Minnesota in 1994, stayed in Mankato, Minnesota up until 2022, interracially married, 4 kids. Like, I'm bringing those experiences to the table. I'm bringing those truths of my experience in shopping centers here in Mankato, Minnesota, department stores here, and you're bringing your truth saying, I've never experienced that. I have no idea what you're talking about. Neither one of us are sort of right or wrong. We're simply saying we're bringing those truths to the table to talk about why. Why would you have never experienced being followed around a store and I would have? Why? Right? That's part of this conversation that we have to be willing to engage in, and that's uncomfortable. The last thing is to accept and expect non-closure. We won't solve it today. I think that's the other thing that we are accustomed to doing sort of in Western culture, American context is if we spend 15 minutes on it, it should be solved, right? We should never have to enter the conversation again, right? That's just not it, right? If it was that easy, we would have done it already. Period. We haven't. It means it's tough. It means it's difficult. It means we have to accept that after this presentation, you can't go out into the world and say, like, I'm free, I'm clear, I'm good, right? What you can say, and I think this is an important piece, is that I actually stayed engaged in a conversation. I spoke my truth on a really sort of, if you will, at times taboo topic in our country. And like we walked away from the table and like, we didn't necessarily dislike each other. We simply listened and engaged. That's part of this process. And so I do want to point out, because the term anti-racist has become really popular lately, right? Throughout many industries, and in particular, we see this in terms of healthcare, right? Anti-racist, implicit bias, sort of racial and cultural concordance in care. We also see it in behavioral health as well, right? That this idea of cultural concordance, how can that help? How can that improve adherence to a treatment plan? How can that improve outcomes? So anti-racist, so in Courageous Conversations About Race, Glenn Singleton actually mentions anti-racist in November 2005. That was the first place I saw it. Now we know through Ibram Kendi's work, it's been all over our country, this idea of what does it mean to be an anti-racist? And we'll talk about that too. But I wanted to say, anti-racist isn't a new term. It isn't a new concept. It's been around for a while now, but now we are just starting to engage. And again, if this is a moment that we will engage, let us engage. So I have a quick video that I think, as we begin this conversation about systemic racism, right, and its impacts. I have a clip of Jane Elliott. She's an anti-racist educator from Iowa, at least. She is the originator of the Brown Eyes, Blue Eyes experiment. How many people remember that experiment? Okay. Basically, what she did in the aftermath of the murder of Martin Luther King, in her class in Iowa, she picked a feature that students could not change, right, to illustrate sort of the impacts of racism. And so she fostered that experiment in her class. But here she asked a question to a predominantly white audience that I'm going to show you the clip, and then I'll simply go ask you a question after that. So let's hope the volume comes through.
I want every white person in this room who would be happy to be treated as this society in general treats our citizens, our black citizens. If you, as a white person, would be happy to receive the same treatment that our black citizens do in this society, please stand. You didn't understand the directions. If you white folks want to be treated the way blacks are in this society, stand. Nobody's standing here. That says very plainly that you know what's happening. You know you don't want it for you. I want to know why you're so willing to accept it or to allow it to happen for others.
So my question would be, if that question was asked in another space, I'm not saying this room, right? So you don't have to answer for this room. If that question was asked in another space you were in, do you believe the response from the audience, a predominantly white audience, would be different. Does anybody believe the response would be different to that question? Why not? So I think part of what I hope we do today as we talk about systemic racism is not say, be just really plain language, like it doesn't matter, like it doesn't impact folks, like we don't know it's occurring. Because I think she did really well there is said, then let's trade places if it's not occurring. And notice nobody said they wanted to trade places. And so part of, as we do this work about trying to foster a sort of structure, a system of inclusion and equity, is acknowledging that there's difference there. Being okay with that, right? Not being okay with where we sit, but being okay acknowledging that difference exists, and for many reasons it might exist. So today we're talking about systemic racism. I could easily ask the question, if you are a woman in this audience, do you experience your society the same as the men you know in your life? Pretty straightforward answer, right? We would ask the question, why? So for instance, when me and my wife go into the hardware store, who do you think they talk to first? Me. Why? Because I'm the man. But what it is about the notions and narratives about men in our space that they would talk to me first? I'm more mechanical. Absolutely, right? So this idea of simply walking into that space, and folks can see I present as a man, my wife presents as a woman. We have a different approach. We are approached differently in that space, right? That's difference. Why don't we talk about that? Why don't we talk about the why? So the why is, like as a guy, I'm sort of given expertise, knowledge, sort of, what do I want to say, like experience, right? These credentials. I know how to fix it, right? When I go into a hardware store. That's not because I have proven I can do that. That is because there are these notions and narratives that come into the space with me. The same thing is around race and racism. There are these notions and narratives that come with each of us into a space. Do we engage in that? Do we try and understand why? Do we understand how it may impact difference? And ultimately, if we're talking about equity, do we understand why we get different results when it comes to healthcare, education, income, housing, wealth, on and on and on, right? So I want to share a quick experience from when I was in college. I was finishing up college at the College of St. Scholastica. I was in a class, exercise physiology is my degree. I'm in a class and we're talking about the risk factors for heart disease. So the professor is running it down, right? So the obesity, sedentary lifestyle, high cholesterol, smoking, black, and then moves on to the next one, right? And I'm like, wait a minute. Oh, can you tell me more about black? And it was like, well, yeah, the professor said, well, being black puts you at a higher risk for heart disease, right? Like that's what we know right now, right? Simply being black, right? I was left to ponder with that. I think what we know now through some research around by David R. Williams, his says racism makes us sick. What we know about the social determinants of health, high levels of stress, discrimination, disenfranchisement, microaggressions, exclusion, it causes health impacts, right? We noticed that with COVID. I want us to think about COVID. When we said, hey, who can isolate in place? Who can quarantine in a place and not impact others? Who can work from home? Who has connectivity? Who has a device? Who actually was considered essential and who wasn't? Who had to show up each day in person to do their job, to collect their check, and who could simply work from home? Who had health insurance? Like all of those things are these social determinants of health that cause anxiety, isolation, stress, depression, other mental health stressors. And so in essence, what we know now is it wasn't just that black folks right, have a higher propensity for heart disease. It was black folks in a system in which they encounter discrimination, high stress, exclusion impacts that. And that, in essence, is systemic racism. A system in which at many different opportunities or different ways you experience discrimination, isolation, exclusion, microaggressions, other slights, right, that impact and have impacts on our mental health. One of the reasons we're talking about mental health and the need for mental health now is because COVID-19 said you had to sort of isolate in place to be safe. We also know that COVID-19 meant some people lost jobs. We also know COVID-19 meant some people lost loved ones. All of those produce some sort of stress within our bodies that impacts our physical health. Can we agree on that? That through COVID, we saw, hey, we need mental health services because folks were in homes, and in some really bad ways too, right? This idea of if you were in a space that was abusive, you typically had an opportunity to get a break. School, work, just being able to be out. COVID and our need to try and keep folks safe. We did have 1 million people who died from COVID. We had many more be impacted, right? But this idea of you no longer had that space. And so the mental stressors of being in an abusive place now for 24 hours a day, instead of the break that you might have get being a child of that to sort of an abusive guardian or a spouse to an abusive mate, all of those things took deep mental sort of pressure and stress and impact on people. That's what we're talking about right now. And so I think when we talk about systemic racism, we have to understand that those same things manifest when we talk about mental health. Those same stressors that impacted physical health during COVID impact us when we're part of systems that are inequitable. And so I just want to remind us of some of those things. So NAMI an article by NAMI talked about sort of racial trauma and sort of mental health sort of impacts of racial trauma, right? And they talked about how sort of we in this profession have played a part in that. In particular, they pointed out that sort of mental health professionals back during the time of slavery came up with a diagnosis for runaway slaves who were seeking freedom. And that diagnosis meant that if that runaway slave seeking freedom was found, you could diagnose him with a mental condition that then said, hey, you have to bring him back. But we literally came up with a mental health diagnosis for wanting to be free from slavery. I want us to think about that. Like, think about that. We came up with a diagnosis that says that's wrong. You actually shouldn't want to seek freedom from bondage, right? It was called drapetomania, right? You can go look it up. It was actually on the books, right? So what we have to do is acknowledge some of that history too, that puts us in a place where we have unequal outcomes for those seeking access to mental health or those who trust our mental health institutions. If you were a descendant of slaves and you understood that there was a mental health diagnosis, negative, detrimental, that was brought upon your ancestors when they simply wanted to try and free themselves from slavery, would you trust those same folks in this day and age to say, hey, let me help you? It'd be tough. It'd be tough. And so part of this idea of racial trauma we have to understand has impacted all of us, not just folks of color, right? I want us to think about, so I just want you, I want us to think about how we were doing mentally. in this state, Minnesota, across this state, right? May 25th, Memorial Day, 2020, in the aftermath of that, like all of us were impacted. We saw what was being played out in the metro, literally at times, right? National Guard on the street. All as a consequence of the video of 8 minutes and 46 seconds that really has changed Minnesota, but also changed our nation and the globe. Where were we at mentally? Like, where are we at mentally as a nation? I submit that we were not in our best mental state, that we were dealing with some things that, in particular, as Minnesotans, we saw happening in our own state. That maybe some of us wondered, is that going to come to my neighborhood? Is my family going to be impacted by that? What should we do right now to ensure that we're far enough distance away? This idea of mental health, the idea of the stressors that lead to that, the idea of systemic racism and the part it's played really on all of us in terms of mental health, and in particular folks of color who have had to exist in a system like that for such a long time, becomes part of what we have to speak to. So I'm going to move forward to this right here, as I know my time is running short. But what I skipped over was basically showing you all the ways in which race has played a part in our country, right? I think, and racism. So I think if we wanted to look at housing, right? I was part of a project here called Mapping Prejudice, started in the cities. We're trying to get it started here, but it basically laid out places in covenants, housing deeds, property deeds, in which it specifically stated either members of the Caucasian race only, or they outlined who couldn't, right? And they used words at the time that were of the time: Mongolian, Negroes, foreigners, blah, 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 who could not own that property. Called it out, right? The Dred Scott case that went to the Supreme Court, if you know about that. Dred Scott was an African-American seeking, right, trying to seek freedom and relief through the courts, took it to the Supreme Court. Supreme Court basically said that the black man has no rights that the white man should honor or has to honor. Literally called it out right there. If we think about things like Henrietta Lacks, whose cells were taken without her permission and without consent, 70 some odd products have been made since that using her blood, billions of dollars, maybe trillions of dollars made off of it, and Henrietta Lacks and her family, black woman, saw none of that. Saw none of it, right? If we think about Tuskegee experiment, if we think about J. Marion Sims, the father of gynecology. Again, so part of this work in healthcare is we have to, and so my job at Blue Cross Blue Shield of Minnesota is surfacing this. Because as we work with members and in community, we have to understand there's this history that we have to be aware of that in some ways has caused some of the inequities we are now trying to solve. But in particular, J. Marion Sims, the father of gynecology, experimented on enslaved women, black women, African-American women, without consent or anesthesia. Some women up to 30 times. Laid the basis for what we now call gynecology, a discipline, a medical discipline. About 5-10 years ago, in some of our medical schools, there was this notion that black women could tolerate more pain, literally being taught. Skin was thicker, more pain sort of tolerant. And then we wonder, we don't really have to, but then we wonder why we get results such as black women and indigenous women, black women and indigenous women die 3 to 4 times more likely during the maternal childbearing process than their white counterparts. In particular, Dr. Rachel Hardiman, she did a study and she found that one, having racial concordance with a doctor improved results, but she found that black women weren't even being offered the same pain interventions during that process. So one, again, doesn't have to go far to wonder if it was being taught in medical school that black women could tolerate more pain, when a black woman during that process says, hey, I need something for pain, what comes to mind? What surfaces? Is it really pain, right? Does this black woman really know her body? Is it, I go back to, I learned that black women tolerate more pain, so I don't have to do it just yet, right? All of that is part of what we have to wrap our hands around when we talk about why we are getting the outcomes we are getting in all of healthcare and in terms of mental health. Who's accessing it, right? What outcomes are folks getting? What does the provider field look like, right? So part of what we're seeing, at least let's say in maternal care, is women want to see women doctors. Right? Should we as a system say, yeah, that's something we want to do, right? If a woman wants to see a woman doctor, let's do it. It's the same as if someone said, hey, I want to see somebody who may have a similar lived experience to me when I'm talking about mental health and the pressures and the issues that I face. Should we construct a system that allows that to take place as well, right? So, profile of a healthy person. The reason I asked that is that we talked about the social determinants of health. I just want to quickly show you some of the things that when we talk about the social determinants of health, and I want you to think about the stressors, right, that come along with some of the things I'm about to show you. So one, right, social determinants of health, 80%, right? So if you haven't seen this graphic before, I'm sure many of you have, 80% impacts sort of your health, right? So that 20% is healthcare, right? But 80% is outside of healthcare. So it is not only healthcare access or your provider. It is the other conditions that you exist within that impact that. Matter of fact, we get different health outcomes according to zip codes in some parts of our state. Zip code. Zip code. Zip codes that are right next to each other get different results and different outcomes. Also, see it as this comes from Healthy People 2030, so just an updated graphic. And then there's also conversation around the political determinants of health, saying, hey, the social determinants of health is one thing, but let's talk about the policies that have constructed a system in which we have social determinants of health. And that comes down to policies, right, structures, which is one of those things that we can continue to talk about. But quickly, just around health. David R. Williams, professor of public health at Harvard, he did a 2016 TED Talk. Basically said racism makes us sick. He revealed that 200 black people die each day that would not have to if they had the same health as white people. This is back in 2016. This is David R. Williams. Another way in which, if you will, systemic racism impacts us, Jonathan Metzl, a professor of sociology and psychiatry at Vanderbilt in 2019, his book, Dying of Whiteness, showed how racism and white supremacy eliminates 2 to 3 weeks of life of some white Americans. And what he talked about was Medicaid expansion in some states. He talked about how some folks don't seek service because they believe these other folks are going to take advantage of it, so I don't want to be a part of a system that somebody else is taking advantage of. And then also some of the policies and procedures in those states, right? But this idea of, and I wanted to be really clear about this, when we talk about systemic racism, yes, it impacts disproportionately folks of color, but it also impacts white America. White America does not sort of remain, if you will, unscathed. White America is impacted too, right? And so then some other things, this was during COVID, this was the COVID tracker. Black people died 1.4 times the rate of white people during COVID. If you look at adults diagnosed with diabetes, this comes from Minnesota Compass. By racial and ethnic group, you can see American Indian, indigenous folks have the highest rate of diagnosis when it comes to diabetes. When you talk about residents under 65 without health insurance by race, you can see, again, folks of color have higher rates of uninsured. When you talk about babies born at low birth weight, single births only by race or ethnicity, you can see where Black, American Indian, and others line up. And then this one too, right, as we're in this age right now, citizens or in this period, right, citizens voting age population that voted by racial and ethnic group, you can see the differences there too. This idea of participation and how does participation impact what we get locally. But all of those are these social determinants of health. And then quickly, I just want to run through what was published. And this was, and you can't see it on the bottom there, so I apologize, but I'll read it as data from NPR, Planet Money from June 2020. Right? This was Minnesota. Annual median family income, Black families, you can see there 38,000, white families 84. Poverty rates, Black poverty 25%, white poverty about 5-6%. You actually can see that we are over-indexed and under-indexed in terms of our national average, Minnesota, when it comes to those respective poverty rates. Home ownership, 3/4 of white families are homeowners, 1/4 of Black families are homeowners. Incarceration rate, Blacks were 11 times that of whites in 2019. Education, we have the largest education gap in the country. We have the largest education gap in the country. So in this space, I could say, yes, that means we're worse than like Mississippi and like Louisiana and like Arkansas and Alabama, yes, right? And so part of it becomes, again, when we talk about those social determinants of health, I want you to think about all those things and think about sort of the mental health that is impacted by that existence. The mental health that shows up in that way. And so I know, Alex, how much time do I have? Like, can I just have one more minute? Okay, so just one more minute. So, but the idea around the social determinants of health, in particular as we examined it or disaggregated it by race, I want us to understand we could do that for many other identities as well. So if we disaggregated that data by gender, we'd see gaps, disparities that we have to work on, right? I think right now the gender pay gap, I believe, is 84% or something like that, up from 77%, but 84 cents to the dollar, woman to man. If we looked at LGBTQ+, we would see gaps. If we looked at varying abilities, we would see gaps. Right? So systemic racism is part of a larger system in which we get different results based on identity, based on some of those things. So I think it's important that all of those things impact us mentally, which then also sort of creates this really vicious cycle of physical impacts. Because our mental health, what we're learning now is that our mental health absolutely impacts how we physically show up, right? How our bodies are able to adjust. What our bodies have to do actually to adjust to high stress situations is becoming more and more evident. And so one, how do we work on mitigating that mental stress? So I will just show you this as I wrap up and we talk about sort of where we are, right, in terms of mental health and the infrastructure, right? We know that we had mental health worker strike, right? That happened right here in our state. We know California had a longer strike for mental health workers who are saying we need better conditions, right? We need more autonomy, right? We need these things to help us be able to do our work. That's mental health workers meant to help us. As we're dealing with that, they're absolutely dealing with it as well. So my point would be, I think when we talk about systemic racism, understand that it impacts us all. And it actually is, it created a structure that is not sustainable for us all. We have mental health workers who are saying, I can't do my job. We have folks who are saying, I can't access services. Like all of those mean we have a system that we need to fix. And part of why we need to fix it is because of systemic racism impacts on us as a community, us as individuals, and also other isms. And so the question would be, are we willing and are we ready to engage in that really difficult yet critical and what I believe is courageous work? And that's the question I leave you with. Are you going to be a part of creating a new system in which folks 20 to 30 years from now say, we tackled the tough things. We did the tough work. We actually centered our health and well-being and our mental health and well-being to make sure that we could continue, right, as a nation, as a people, as communities, as professions, as a structure and system. Thank you. Sounds good.
For a couple questions. I'll have the microphone ready here for you. So if anyone has a question, go ahead and raise your hand. Like I said, we do have a few more minutes here. Anyone cares to ask Bukata any questions while he's here? Looks like there's one over there.
Oh, yeah.
To the right.
I don't need a microphone.
Maybe for the Zoom people though, we might need one.
All right.
So,
Zoom
get really
folks.
shallow.
So the political climate in America
Yeah.
right now
Yeah.
is the glaring issue.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I just saw on the news this week about education rates in America right now declined.
Yep.
And they're all crunching numbers on education so that the effects of, and then they're attributing it to COVID.
Right.
Which is, I think, an obvious attribution, but then it begs the larger question, doesn't it? Because there's an underlying thing that implies that we weren't mobilizing the necessary resources to address the problem for anybody,
Correct.
and that, again, these issues will affect whites differently than
Folks of color.
minority
Yep.
minority groups.
Yep. Yep.
What would you like to say to us about that?
Yeah. So that's a great question. And so, so I am speaking and responding to the question. I just want to really make it clear. In this moment, I'm not a spokesperson for an organization, right? Because I think that's really important, right? But to your question, I do think our inability to have difficult conversations has gotten us to this point. Because if we were able to have those difficult conversations, we would be able to sit at the same table and talk through experience and information and data. And the word I'll use here is sort of verifiable facts. And because we were not able to do that, we find ourselves in a situation in which we can't even say, let's come together to figure out why we have these education disparate impacts. Instead, I believe we do what we do many times in terms of having difficult conversations. Race is one of them, but politics has become that, and that is we retreat to our corners. Like we simply say, hey, I don't believe you. And again, so I just want to be really clear. I don't believe there is anything wrong with saying, here is my experience, here is how I've experienced it, right? And here is what I've seen. What I think is very different, and I think we have to be careful about, is saying that the other person, right, or other experiences aren't real. I think that's really tough. And so for me, it's really tough, right? Because as we talk about race, I bring my existence to the space. Somebody says, well, that never happened to me. I have to let that be there, right? And we have to talk about why it may have never been there for you, and it's been here for me constantly. There is not, like, on that 0 to 100, I answer in the 90s, right? Because when I walk into a store, for some reason, how I look matters. And I'm not asking you to answer how I look and what you believe that reason is for it mattering, but it matters, right? And so I think part of that political conversation is we are not good about talking about really tough things. And then the last thing I'll say about politics is even that has been impacted by things such as race and gender, religion, orientation, and other things. And so our inability to talk about difficult things has meant we have allowed narratives and other stories to fill that void about people, right? That we were not able to have that conversation and say, here is how an LGBTQ person exists within our community. Here are some of the things that they have access to, they don't. As compared to me, African-American male, heterosexual, here is what I have access to that they may not. And here's what, depending on race, they may have that we haven't done that. And so now we've let some narratives about each other go unchecked. And that seeped into politics. Right? And so I think that's part of a larger sort of, or symptomatic of a larger issue for us about not being willing to sort of sit at a table, have the conversations, disagree, but talk through it, work through it, and agree on some core things, right? Such as, right, like in our society, we say we all have a right to be here. We all have a right to access an opportunity. I am not saying we have a right to the equal outcomes. And equity actually isn't about equal outcomes, right? Equity is not about equal outcomes. Equity is about, do we have the opportunity to receive, do we have the opportunity to get similar? We all want our A1Cs to be lowered. But if we don't have access and opportunity to do that, that's when inequitable outcomes show up, right? So I think those are some of the things that we have to deal with. I will say this. I wonder if, in terms of political and polarization, I wonder, like, do we believe we were this politically polarized in, say, 1990? And then if we don't, why do we believe we are right now? What are the messages that have been sent out, right? I mean, we can turn on certain news stations and we can see many things that deal with race, racism, sexism, a whole bunch of things, right, that impact, right, why we are so polarized. So long answer, but I think symptomatic is we don't talk about really tough things. Like we don't create this space where we can have that conversation.
Time for one really quick one.
So y'all don't understand. I love to talk. So let's do it. No.
So I just wanted to say, so our next presenter isn't able to make it, so we do have a little bit of wiggle here. We can take one more quick question, then like a 5-minute break.
No, I have more slides.
Sure, let's do one more.
Okay. Can you hear me? Thank you.
Yes.
Hi, Bukata.
Hey, Jennifer.
I was just, when you were talking about, well, I'll just preface this by saying that last week I was at a conference on improving diagnosis in medicine. Rachel Hardiman, who you cited,
Absolutely.
was the
Yes.
keynote. I was fangirling the whole time. But her talk was about how we can quantify racism in healthcare.
Absolutely.
And I assume this is the work you're doing right now in your current role too. But, and there are ways we can do this.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just struck by what she and her colleagues said about really explicit examples, like in medical textbooks, almost every photograph that medical students learn from is a white person. And she gave an example about dermatologists who misdiagnose all kinds of really important things on non-white skin, sometimes life-threatening things. And actually things that impact people in this room and county agencies, like very, very normal patterns of kind of brown pigmented spots on black and brown babies that dermatologists, primary care, ER docs, people, you know, those places where families interface with medicine are then reported to Child Protection, and we see disproportionate rates of removal with those families, right, and disproportionate rates of just representation in general. So one of the things that they focused on was the knowledge gap for medical providers. And I was just sitting here thinking, like, what is that for all of us? What's the knowledge gap that exists for us around really the effects on mental health around racial trauma? And I think if we don't walk into every room when we're meeting with people with that lens, thinking about and not avoiding it, and being willing to enter into that conversation with someone, if we can't have concordance with our clients, we can at least be willing to acknowledge that this is very real. So I don't have the answer to what that knowledge gap really looks like, but I was just struck by the experiments on Black people informing everything in those medical textbooks. And then there's not even representation in those textbooks.
Yeah. So a good series in terms of something that lays that out is it's called Race, the Power of an Illusion, and it talks about sort of race as social construct, not biology, right? For a long time we thought, right, it was biology, right? So it talks about, in particular, sort of this idea, if you ask folks what they perceived to make Black folks more athletic, what would they come up with? I mean, you came up with extra muscles and you came up with a whole bunch of stuff, right? That genetically, biologically, is not true. It's just not, right? But the idea of how much we came up with. So Jesse Owens, if you know about Jesse Owens, ran in the Olympics against Hitler's sort of Aryan German nation, won gold medals, came back home and was tested. Like every part of him was tested. Right, to see what was it that gave you this ability, like to beat, I'm gonna say it this way, like to beat white folks in Germany, like they were the right? But he was tested. So this point about sort of we have been just sort of enamored with sort of the Black body and what makes it different and why. And then to the part about the knowledge gap. All that testing, they found nothing was significant about Jesse Owens. Nothing was biologically significant about Jesse Owens, period, right? So then to the knowledge gap. So there's a group that we've partnered with to provide what they call culturally responsive or concordant mental health teletherapy. It's called Hurdle Health. And one of the things that they specialize in is that culturally responsive. And what they talk about is multiple traumas. So typically, when we engage around mental health, we talk about a single trauma or a single thing: anxiety, depression, mood disorder, right? Worry. What Hurdle created was a model that says there are stress, depression, mood disorder, yes, traumas. And there are some other factors that may contribute to that, may amplify that, and do we understand those traumas? And when we talk about mental health, are we able to acknowledge the knowledge gap around those other traumas, such as racial trauma, and how that may actually be the precursor to anxiety or depression or mood disorder? Not just mood disorder, but how has racial trauma, how has microaggressions, how has isolation, exclusion contributed to that? And so the last thing I'll share about that I think points to a need for sort of more insight. So coming out of the pandemic, in terms of our ability to be in this space like we are right now, right? Because we remember at a time we couldn't. But in particular, in terms of return to office, some of the folks who found working from home most suited for their mental and physical health, right, were employees, associates of color. Because they no longer had to exist in environments, right, where they were employed that they endured microaggressions, slights, exclusions, right? They actually were able to feel safe working from home, doing their job from home. And in particular, you have some folks of color who are saying, I don't know if I want to go back to that mentally taxing environment, right? And so this idea of those multiple traumas, right? Folks of color in workspaces experienced anxiety, experienced sort of mood shifts. What we can also say is because of isolation, exclusion, microaggressions, right? Sometimes just direct attacks within an employment space, you would wonder, is that the reason why folks were anxious about being in that environment? Or their mood was impacted by being in that environment. And that's part of the work that we have to do around that knowledge gap, right, is to acknowledge those multiple traumas that impact how we show up mentally, right, physically, our well-being, that I think is sort of new area that I hope we lean into moving forward. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
All right. Let's see here. I think we still have a couple minutes. So stand up, shake it out a little bit. Our next presenter will be going on in about 2-3 minutes. So grab some coffee, donuts. We ordered 50 dozen donut holes. So I'm hoping we can eat them all by the end of the day. So challenge accepted. Okay. Monica, can you hear me now?
I heard just a little bit. I couldn't even make out what they were saying, just a little bit of noise.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Right, yeah, okay. Yeah, mainly I just need to know.
What's that? Try again. Okay, can you hear us better now, Monica? Okay, perfect. I think we got it. All right, we'll start bringing it back here. I see lunch is being put out already, so we still have one more presentation before lunch. And we'll get started here once everyone kind of gets settled in again. All right, well, I think we should go ahead and get started here so we don't fall too far behind. You know, we don't want to delay lunch, so I know that's a big deal. It's a big deal. Pun? Anybody? Didn't get the pun? No? You got it? It's kind of a big deal. Okay, well, I'm glad I had to explain myself. So, all right. Well, let's go ahead and get started here with our next presentation. On virtual, live on Zoom, I should say, we have Monica McConkey. You know, I'm really excited to have Monica here at our conference because she really does bring a unique rural perspective. And I think that, you know, at least in my position, I serve 10 counties in southern Minnesota. And when I look around, you know, it's very rural. Even Mankato is quite rural. So, you know, I think that a lot of what she'll talk about is very pertinent to the work that you all do. So I think we can still give her a round of applause before she gets started here. I think she can hear us. All right, Monica, I'll let you take it away.
All right, thank you so much, Alex. I appreciate it. And just give me some kind of a signal if people aren't hearing me or if things aren't going well. First of all, a huge thank you to Alex and crew for working with me in being able to attend virtually. I had a little appendix rupture, and so just got out of the hospital on Friday, and it was apparent I was not going to be able to drive down to Mankato from where I live up near Detroit Lake. So I'm so happy I was able to be here with you, at least virtually. Wishing I could be there in person, of course. But at the end of the presentation, I'll give my contact info so that if there is interest in staying in touch or if there's further questions, you will have the info you need to reach out to me. So just a quick introduction. My name is Monica McConkey, and I grew up on a farm in northwestern Minnesota. It is currently a 5th generation farm with my parents, brother, and son, who are full-time on the farm. After school, I got degrees in counseling and psychology, and I'm a licensed professional counselor in the state of Minnesota. And I've been in the mental health field for, like 26, 27 years now. The number just keeps getting bigger. I don't know how that happens. But a few years ago, I spent all of my time in mental health serving people in rural areas of primarily Minnesota and North Dakota. And a few years ago, I had the opportunity to open private practice and contract with the Minnesota Department of Agriculture to be one of 2 ag mental health specialists that serve farmers and ranchers in the state of Minnesota. And I'll be talking a bit more about the program at the end of the presentation. So I feel extremely blessed every day. I'm either on the phone or Zoom or in person with farmers and ranchers, family members, farm kids, and business folks, talking through a variety of issues that impact their health and well-being, specifically mental health, but we all know that it's holistic, and things that impact mental health also impact physical health and social well-being and all the determinants. So today, in our little time we have together, I'm just gonna touch on a variety of things that I felt like might be helpful to know when you are working with farmers or ranchers in whatever capacity that your role entails. And there is so much more we could deep dive into, but hopefully this gives really a good general overview of some of the issues, especially when we're looking at those social determinants. So we're just going to start really quickly by talking about the culture of farming and ranching, because it definitely is its very own culture. Some presentations I give, I actually call it agricultural competence, because it is an understanding of the impacts and the culture that exist in our rural farming ag industry. So what I'd love to talk about, and I did not know about this concept until I started doing this work specifically in agriculture. But Dr. Michael Roseman, who is a psychologist and a farmer in Iowa, did and does do a lot of research around this concept that he coined the agrarian imperative. And I have a couple quotes from him that really defines what the agrarian imperative means and how it drives our producers to continue to farm and ranch irregardless of the stressors that they are dealing with. So first quote, "The land is everything. Ownership of a family farm is the triumphant result of the struggle of multiple generations. Losing the family farm is the ultimate loss, bringing shame to the generation that has let down their forebears and dashing the hopes for successors." This weighs so heavily on all of the farm and ranchers and their families that I meet with. They're so compelled to hold on to the legacy that is the family farm, that they take on a lot of stressors, a lot of hardships in order to make that happen. And what's interesting is people will often, kind of on the outside, will view the situation like they could just rent out their land, they could sell everything and never have to work another day in their life. It is so counterintuitive to who these people are. They could do that in most cases, but it is not at all where their passion or their drive comes from. Another quote from Roseman, "The agrarian imperative impels farmers to hang on to their land at all costs. It instills farmers to work incredibly hard to endure unusual pain and hardship and to take uncommon risks." And that's a bit about what we're going to talk about and how that impacts health when we're talking about social determinants of health or determinants of health. But let's dive into those. And again, we could spend a lot of time on each one of these and how it impacts the functioning on all levels of our farm families. And when I'm talking about health, I'm talking physical, emotional, psychological, and spiritual health. So really think holistically when you see the word health, because all of these factors that we'll be talking about impacts all of those areas. So the first one that no egg producer can get away from is dealing with those uncontrollable factors that really can dictate success or failure in any given season. So things like the weather, natural disasters, commodity markets, uncertainty in the economy, global issues that drive prices, whether it's commodity prices or their output. So what are they paying for fertilizer? What are they paying for fuel? And it is all those uncontrollable factors that haunt them, I would say, day in and day out. And so we see this impact in their ability to sleep, their ability to make decisions, their ability to have meaningful relationships. All of these things really permeate all aspects of our egg producers. Then we have illness and injury, and this is an interesting one. Agriculture is a very dangerous occupation. If you know farmers, and I use the term farmer or rancher interchangeably, male, female, farm youth, it's all kind of encompassed in the word farmer. I do work with many female farmers that are either primary producers on their operation or they are equal partners. So many times we tend to view traditional relationships on the farm as, you know, the male farmer and then the farmer's wife, which I can't stand that term. But I'm talking all encompassing here when I'm talking farmer, farm family member, rancher, ranching partner. So injury in agriculture, injury is it's one of the most dangerous occupations. If you know farmers and ranchers, you know undoubtedly someone that has been in a serious farm accident, who's lost fingers or limbs, or has had other injuries. And talking about farm youth, there are 300, the last, I think the numbers from 2017 show 300 deaths of youth each year in this country in farm-related accidents. And so that's ATVs and tractors and livestock. It's a huge issue. And when we add mental stress and mental strain to the mix, we know that does not help in being safe. We know that when someone is injured and they live in a very rural, isolated area, that access to emergency care takes longer. We know that farmers work in isolation, so oftentimes no one knows that they have been injured until sometimes hours later. So just a lot of issues around physical health on the farm. Illness big on the farm. Much of that is the unwillingness, I would say, to pause working, to go to the doctor when you're not feeling well, or to go get care until it gets to the point where it's fairly serious. So a lot to be said around illness and injury and how rural health care and being geographically isolated impacts that as well. Isolation. This is really big. When we talk about determinants of health, one of the really important aspects for all of us is that positive social network. And while it can exist among farmers and farm family members, they often live and work in isolation. They don't necessarily interact with people on a daily basis, in person especially. The average age of our farmers is 60. And so there's a disconnect from use of things like smartphones and technology to stay in touch with people. So really not just geographically isolated, but definitely there's an isolation just in the type of work that's being done as well. And I'll talk a little bit about what contributes to that isolation, which is next on the list, and that's competition. So when we talk about the benefits of a really positive social support network years ago that did exist among our farming communities. However, over the course of time, competition for purchase of land and rented land has become so great that farmers resist showing their vulnerability to neighboring farmers for fear of loss of land. So that might look like, I don't want somebody to know I'm struggling physically, or I have to go to treatment for substance use, because they will go to my landlord and say, yeah, it doesn't look like he's gonna be farming. I can offer you so much more an acre. If you rent to me, you won't have to worry about it. And it's kind of taken away from them. That fear is very alive and well. And it keeps our farmers from opening up and being vulnerable with each other, and seeking support in a way that's meaningful, and drives that isolation piece where they're really holding in, they're not seeking help, they're really trying to go it on their own. Kind of an air of secrecy for any struggles that might be happening. Increased need for competency. Like I said, the average age of our farmers is 60. Technology is growing at an incredible rate in agriculture. I just, before I got sick, I was helping finish up some things with harvest with our family, and I got the tractor and called my brother for the instructions on, what gear to go in, how fast, et cetera, et cetera. And he said, that computer screen that's there in front of you, don't touch it. And it's really crazy to think about how far technology has come in agriculture over the course of years, to the point that we have, computers in our tractors, and GPS kind of drives a lot of things. So when we are talking about an older and aging generation feeling purposeful in their work, it is very stressful to try to remain competent as technology increases. And not just technology, but just farming practices in general. Okay, irregular and uncertain income. There is not, PTO for when you get sick. There's not regular checks coming in every couple weeks. That is the financial stress really weighs heavily on our folks. Transition and succession. This is something I speak about a lot, and how, especially it impacts our aging farmers. I work with many farm families that are working on transitioning the farm from one generation to the next. And what I see are so many relationship difficulties, but a lot of it is based in the older generation and grief and loss issues, kind of thinking about their purpose in life. They're really thrown into an existential crisis about, if I can't do this anymore, who am I? What meaning do I have? What am I going to do with my time? Which often looks like resistance to the younger incoming generation. So that's a really key, important issue that is going to be growing as our farmers age, is how to help our aging farmers with so many of the things that aging in rural areas bring to light, with healthcare and social connections, but also that sense of purpose when I can't keep farming, maybe I can't live on the farm anymore, and what does that mean for me? Long solitary work hours, that really ties into the isolation piece that we talked about. And then barriers to help. We know you guys are in rural areas. You know the struggle with a lack of services, especially specialty services like psychiatry. There is a difficulty in getting into therapy. Once they're even willing to do it, it's like, okay, I'm willing to go talk to somebody. I don't really want to go to the one mental health place in town where everybody knows who I am and what I drive, and then they're gonna know I'm struggling, and that comes into the competition piece. But there's just generally a lack of openings, and sometimes that means our families need to drive and are often unwilling to because of the amount of time it takes out of the workday. I had another point on that, now I've lost it here. But we'll come back to it. Attitudes and perceptions in rural areas, we are still working to really defeat that stigma around mental health and how mental health is part of healthcare. It's part of looking at us holistically. So that's something we need to keep working on in our rural ag communities. And then, of course, health insurance. Our farmers and ranchers are self-employed, and often their copays and deductibles are very, very high. And so, it becomes a financial burden to access any type of healthcare, behavioral healthcare, medical healthcare, and there's sometimes a resistance to doing that because of finances. I know what I was going to say about lack of services. One thing that really had started prior to COVID, but really came out of COVID, was this wonderful option of virtual connection. So the ability to connect and do teletherapy with our more rural residents. However, just a word of caution that we not see that as the end-all be-all solution in working with our farm families, for a couple of reasons. One, broadband access is not what it should be in many of our rural areas. There are farms that, I drive to them, they would be willing to meet virtually, but there's just no way it can happen because of broadband access. The second issue is the aging of the farmers, which we talked about, and their level of comfort with technology. I work with some farmers who still have the flip phones, right? Not even a smartphone, no laptop. If they do have a laptop, they struggle to navigate that. And the other issue that has come up on several occasions along with the aging farmers is there often is a hearing impairment. So when they are trying to converse via phone or virtually, that really becomes a barrier. And a lot of our older farmers have significant hearing impairments. So just some things to keep in mind as we're looking at access of services in rural areas. Okay, and then I just want to tie in one just general statement to all of these, is that there is an incredible amount of grief and loss on the farm. And it can look like a lot of different things. It can look like anticipatory grief or frozen grief, where there's this feeling like we're going to lose the farm. We're not going to be able to keep hanging on to it. And so they're experiencing this sense of grief, even if it hasn't happened yet. There's grief around having to sell out. I tell you what, when dairy farmers are in a place where the cows need to go down the road, even if it's not a forced sale, that is an intense grieving process. Of course, lots of, like we talked about, injuries that may prevent them from working on the farm. I work with farmers who are struggling with health impacts that really have ended their farming career, and they are grieving that loss and general purpose in life. So just important to look at grief and loss issues a little broadly when it comes to the farm and agriculture, and how that ties into the legacy and the agrarian imperative, that drive to keep farming. Warning signs, we're just going to spend a couple minutes on this. Most, are obviously our warning signs you would see in other people. So this would be signs that someone is really struggling emotionally, struggling psychologically, struggling with their mental health. A few that I just want to really hone in on, though, that are specific to farmers and ranchers that I see, is if you are hearing them talk about abrupt sales of land or livestock or equipment, and that seems like it just doesn't really fit with the plan. And these are always when the little red flags go up inside of me when I hear this, and I'm thinking suicide. We know that suicide rates among our farmers are higher than the general public. And all of those things we talked about here can drive that, right? But some things to listen for are those abrupt sales. A couple of examples, I was working with a farmer who, he actually was a rancher, beef cattle, had lost his adult son in an ATV accident and really was alone in running the operation. And one day we were talking and we were talking about his sense of overwhelm and kind of future plans. And he just said, well, I've sold off all my Springer heifers. So these would be the calves having babies. They're going to be the new mamas the next spring to keep the herd growing, right? That really was a red flag for me, because I just thought, what does this mean that he's selling off basically the future of his operation? So we had a discussion about that, and I just asked him very clearly, are you thinking about suicide? Another example of this is I was in a transition meeting with a family, so mom and dad, son and his wife. A lot of contention, a lot of relationship issues and conflict. And the dad just very kind of bluntly said, what do I need to have this done by January 1? That was never, ever, ever part of the plan. This was going to be like a 5-year plan, lots of steps to work out. And so it was concern. It was a warning sign that caused a follow-up discussion with dad, just to check in and see what was that all about. Another indication we may see that our farm family is struggling is general disrepair on the farm site, fence lines, equipment, livestock, where things are just not kept up the way they were. There, you may notice, even just driving by, that over the course of time, things have just kind of fallen into disarray. Cattle are out all the time, and that's a change. It's not like it was before. That is definitely a warning sign to check into. And then just to touch really quickly too on substance use, we know that in our rural areas, every little tiny town has a bar, and sometimes you don't even need a town to have a bar, right? They're just like out there next to the road in the middle of nowhere. And that, ironically, is the social network of many of our farmers and ranchers. And so when, it's this vicious cycle, that is who they go to and talk with and spend time with, but there's alcohol use involved. And many times during stressful times, there is a turn toward alcohol or drug use to, of course, manage that stress. I have gotten calls, interestingly enough, from farmers that drink with other farmers at the bar and will say, can you check in with so-and-so because he's drinking much more than he used to, or he's drinking at home and he's not coming to the bar anymore. So it's a very interesting dynamic of how that social support structure can be a very positive force, but also it's the center of it is alcohol use. And yeah, that's a really interesting reality of our rural communities, especially our ag communities. All right. I am going to, hopefully this will work so you all can hear it, but this is my dad, who is a 74-year-old farmer, lives on the farm he was born on, that his grandpa started. And in the 1980s, during the, it's termed the farm crisis of the 80s, when many, many farms were lost, interest rates were very high, commodity prices were very low, and there were some not great weather events. He was struggling. And I was a teenager at the time, and I remember Dad not being able to sleep, and I remember the sense of anxiety and stress and worry that we were going to lose the farm. And so a few years ago, there was a joint collaboration with the Minnesota Department of Agriculture, the Red River Farm Network up in Grand Forks, and some other key players to do a series of podcasts for our farmers and ranchers, just talking about the issues. So, I'll give you more information about that. But I wanted to give you a sense in this little clip of my dad talking about what it takes for, I would say, most farmers to reach out and make that call or walk into your office. So hopefully this will play okay.
This is Transformation. During the farm crisis days of the 1980s, Bijou, Minnesota farmer Doug Kramer took the proactive step to meet with a therapist.
Well, there was a fella younger than me who was a salesman for farm equipment, and he told me he was going to a therapist. And at first I thought that was kind of a waste of time, but he said how much it helped him, so I thought I'd try it. And the first few times I went, I kind of felt like I didn't want nobody to know and nobody to see me.
Right.
But then after a couple of visits, so I guess I didn't care if somebody seen me. I knew I needed help.
When stress becomes too much, take that step to find help.
So yeah, that gets me every time when I hear that, because you could just hear the difficulty that it took for him to reach out for help and even say he needed help. And that is kind of a hallmark of our ag producers for generations. They are people who fix things on their own. They solve problems on their own. They grow, they get through tough times, they figure it out. And so when they are hurting emotionally and when they are struggling, it is really difficult for them to reach out. And you add that to the dynamics of lack of services, to the general isolation, the aging. It is really a difficult place to be for our providers. So just a couple of things on reaching ag producers. I know you're coming from a range of agencies and backgrounds and roles. And many times I get questions from rural organizations saying, how do we know they're stressed, we know they're struggling, we hear about the suicides, how do we reach them and actually get them to call us? Well, good question, because it is not an easy feat. But just some things I will leave with you that may help. First, I'll talk about my program, and then I'll get into some things that may be helpful for you. So the Rural Mental Health Program is funded by the legislature. And historically, we have contracted through the MNSCU system. And so there are two of us. Ted Matthews, who is based out of Hutchinson, has been doing this work for years. And then they added a second position, which was me, in 2019. So we contract with the state to provide these services. The legislature has been so on board with this for many years, and I just feel very blessed to be in Minnesota, where the needs among our egg producers are seen and heard and responded to in a way that removes barriers for them to receive services. So when I go out, or Ted goes out to meet with a farm family member, it costs them nothing. There's no insurance bill. We are just accessible. They can call us. We can meet weekly. It's all barriers removed. I can go to them. We can meet in a neutral location. It's just such an awesome program, and you can see the services in the contract that are covered in this program. So I work with individual farmers, couples, multi-generational families that are especially struggling with transitioning to the farm to the next generation, kids, farming partners, egg business folks, and farm business management instructors, because our egg industry people, they are working with chronically stressed clients. And we know what that's like, right? Because we do the same kind of work. And they often become the pseudo counselor, because since farmers live in isolation, there is a very small group of people allowed to penetrate that isolation. And they are the people like the crop consultants, the agronomists, the crop insurance salesmen, the seed salesmen, the nutritionists. It's an interesting conversation when you meet with those people and you hear what they are hearing. Very little is about the business, and a lot of it is about the stress. So I also work to support them and arm them in watching for warning signs and what they can do from a suicide prevention aspect, as well as resources. Who can they refer to? Carrying mobile crisis numbers with them in the area they serve. All really important aspects. So the common issues when I have a farm family member contact me is really those stressors that are pretty deep. They run pretty deep, but it takes a while to kind of sort that out and uncover it. A lot of relationship concerns, a lot of relationship dynamics. These are people that live together, work together, and they live where they work. So there are interesting relationship dynamics on family farms, a lot of grief issues, and of course the transition from one generation to the next. So what I encourage you, if you are an organization or agency or individual that wants to reach out and engage the egg community, really partner up with organizations that farmers trust, and organizations that they are already a part of and that they are active with, or they are communicating with. So like your Farmers Union and Farm Bureau, every county has one. Every county has an extension agent. For some reason, I have North Dakota info in here. Just swap that out for Minnesota. So, Minnesota Extension, Minnesota Farm Service agencies, sometimes lenders. They are also good ones to engage because of the weight that they carry when they are telling their farmers that no operating loan this year, which means I am telling you your legacy of 125, 150 years is probably coming to an end. What a weight for a lender to carry. That's tough. So it is all about engaging the community to really get to and make a difference, not just with reaching the farmer, but with getting rid of, or at least making a dent in the stigma around mental health and suicide prevention. I wanted to give you the link for that Transformation podcast series. They are also doing one, and I wish I could remember the name of the radio network, but it is down in the Mankato area. So Red River Farm Network, the network down in the Mankato area, and the Department of Ag have kept this going with more of a southern Minnesota focus, but really good. And if I get a call from someone saying, you know, I'm worried about this person, I know they won't talk to anybody, I point them here and I just say, you know what, just have them listen to some of these podcasts, because farmers will listen to other farmers typically. And it can be, and that was my dad's story, right? The guy at the implement, the John Deere implement, shared he was seeing a therapist. So dad was like, well, if he can do it, I can do it. So it's all part of normalizing that everyone is struggling, and here are some stories. And that I've gotten calls from farmers after they have listened to some of these podcasts saying it just increased their comfort level in reaching out for help. So use this as a tool. All right, this is my contact information. Feel free to text, email, call me at any time. I do see farmers all over the state. Obviously, if they're, in the South, it's virtual or phone. But if you have a situation you want to talk through with me, I'm very willing and open to do that. Also, if there are farmers you feel like would be more open to services from a farm-specific counseling program, just feel free. So we have, just 5 minutes. Alex, I wasn't sure how questions could work, but I'm definitely open to questions if there are any in the group.
Can you still hear me okay? Monica?
Yeah.
Still hear me?
I can hear you pretty good.
Okay, yep, so we still have about 5 more minutes. If anyone has any questions, we'll go ahead and bring the mic around if you do. And Monica, I do apologize for putting you right before lunch, so I'm sure there's not going to be a ton of questions, but I'm sure someone's thinking about something out there that they're just dying to ask.
That is okay, and obviously, you can reach out to me at any time as well.
Okay, sounds good. Otherwise,
I'm just calling people. Julie?
Hi, Monica. I teach a policy class here to everybody students, and one semester they were focusing on
This issue and about access to mental health supports for in rural communities for farmers. And so one of the students in the group that was working on this was a Hmong young woman, and that was important in that work to begin to think about what our farmers look like in Minnesota. So my question to you is, and I did look at the images of the pictures, so to what extent is there outreach to Indigenous, Latino, Hmong farmers? I know that perhaps by proportion of farmers, this may be less so than white farmers in Minnesota, but if you could just comment on to the extent to which there's outreach being done, and are there issues? I mean, we just heard Bukata Hayes, who I'm not sure if you heard here, talk about issues of race and racism intersecting as we think about social determinants of health. So I'm just wondering if you could comment on that.
There is increasing services and outreach through the Department of Ag for our urban farmers, for BIPOC ag producers, which is exciting to see. And that is a growing program. There's a specific farm business management instructor with the state that is working with that population to help them navigate all of the different programs and applications, and it's such a it's a difficult path to navigate for someone who hasn't grown up in it or who may be new to the country. So yes, there are growing supports. I would say we have work to do from a mental health perspective in supporting those farmers. And I think the primary work is learning what the role of agriculture means in those communities and in those cultures, and how does it differ from our more in Minnesota, our traditional white crop or grain farming. So yeah, I would say there's a growth of services and supports, and there is also a need for additional understanding and building of cultural competency with those. Oops, we're getting some feedback here. With those groups of folks. So I hope that helps.
All right, let's give Monica a round of applause.
Okay, so it is officially lunchtime now, so I believe we're going to start with that side of the room, who's the closest to the food. They've had us sit over there and smell it this whole time, so I should probably throw them a bone. We'll be back at about 12:45 for an award ceremony, so feel free to get up, stretch out, move around, walk around campus. The next half an hour to 45 minutes is yours. Use it however you choose to do so. Thanks. Okay, so we are good on participants until we have a peer panel that will go on with
Tamara, who dedicated her life to advocacy and passion to mental health in our region, and especially to our mental health consumers. Now I'd like to welcome Sue Rinda, to our 2022 award recipient. Sue was nominated out of many nominations by Leesburg County staff and Leesburg County consumers. I'm going to read you a nomination letter for the reasons that we chose her to receive this award this year. Sue was employed by Leesburg County in many different roles for 34 years until her retirement in January of 2022. Of course, her work didn't stop there. Following this retirement, she has contracted with the SCCBI as a consultant, continuing to advocate and develop solutions to help our community address the crisis needs of children with mental health issues. This award was developed to recognize the fierce advocacy for those with mental health issues that Tamara consistently had during her time with us. Tamara and Sue have been involved with the SCCBI since the start. Upon the closing of the state hospital, they worked hard together with the regional team to develop state staff, or bring state staff into the county human services agencies, and to get our clubhouses up and running. They advocated for those with mental health issues to be part of this process and help us make decisions about what would be of most support to those living with mental health in the community. This passion for consumer-driven services continues, and our SCCBI structure continues to reflect that, and the fierce advocacy will continue. When speaking to others about the characteristics that I truly value about Sue and some of the reasons why she is so deserving of this award, one person said this: I think of Sue as a master of training all those that she came into contact with, fairly and equally. If there was an issue with an employee or a client, she was always able to give people the benefit of the doubt, but find the facts and confront people with those facts without making anyone uncomfortable. This really resonated with me as something I miss about Tamara too. It's a skilled art, something that comes from both experience as well as their own personal values and heart. Over the years, Sue has filled many roles on many levels. She's a fierce and fashionable advocate for those with mental health issues. She has actively participated both as a supervisor in mental health and a director of human services for many years at the same time. And throughout its entire structure, from regional management team, joint powers board, various committees, through the SCCBI and MAXA. Sue has always been a person to step up to the plate, whether it be to her county board, to tackle tough issues, or to tackle the grill and make hot dogs for a Leesburg County event. Of course, there was always the perfect shoes, handbag, and matching glasses for each event. Sue has an incredible sense of humor, keeping our difficult work light and fun whenever possible. Her humor has often at her own expense, sometimes self-deprecating, but also of a real and human nature. Many of us have been able to look towards her to help us get through some difficult personal and professional situations and learn how to laugh at ourselves too. Sue is a big ideal maker, a true unicorn. For those of you that work in the field, there are times where it's hard to stay positive sometimes. Sue's warm and welcoming open-door policy with her peers, staff, and members of the community did not go unappreciated and was deeply valued. People came to her with concerns and issues and left with energy, lifted spirits, and new ideas. You cannot resist her positive attitude and unmistakable glittery glow. It comes from inside. Sue is a creator of many ideas: the easy button, the strap-on desk, the office Sasquatch, kindness rocks, and the list goes on. For years, Leesburg County has been creating and sharing buttons to support mental health awareness each May, for May is Mental Health Month. Sue promoted mental health without stigma, reminding others mental health is as serious as a heart attack. In a field where so often we are required to put our attention on statutes, guidelines, and limitations, Sue's approach to human services is, how can we help? And making that happen whenever possible. Her care for others was not limited to the office and her work in human services. She personally involved her community with the students of her son's school, inviting Honor Society students into the clubhouse. She prides herself on being a farmer's wife and worked to support each farmers following the tornadoes that came through Leesburg County, delivering Easter baskets to farm families. We proudly nominated this fashionable and fierce woman for the Tamara Rovny Award. She has worked to establish a foundation for Leesburg County and the 10-county SCCBI region of thinking outside the box, bringing positive energy, and never losing sight of the mission. So let's all congratulate Sue and thank her for her dedicated service to mental health. And so, Sue, for everything that you have done, we have the third annual Tamara Rovny Award 2022 to give to you, and thank you for everything you've done for all of us.
Thank you, Amy. It's pretty darn special that I get to receive this award from you, Amy. I don't know if there's any insider help with this, but thank you to the Leesburg County team for nominating me and to the committee for choosing me. I'm really honored and humbled to see so many of our Leesburg County group here. Truly, mental health is a team sport, and I'm always happy to be on their team. That is for sure, and that continues. And to Jim and Connie, thank you for raising such a fierce, fashionable, and so many other words we could describe Tamara, advocate of mental health, because whenever I get a compliment for my character or my work ethic, the first person I share that with have been family. I share it with my mother, who is always a role model to me. And I know that it starts at home, and that Tamara was raised in that environment to be a person that goes out in the world with a light that attracts other people, and she lifts up other people who needed that extra support. So I have many things I could say about Tamara, because this award that our region had put together a few years ago just really is a great way to keep Tamara's memory alive and all of her qualities. And it's just really a special award for me to receive, which I was surprised when I was Zoom bombed by Amy. Alex and I thought was having a business meeting, and then all of a sudden Amy popped in, and I thought, well, that's not unusual, because Amy's in my world a lot with mental health. And so it was very much a surprise, and I'm very, very honored. With Tamara, and when I think about what was written, first of all, good writing team at Leesburg County. I'm just kind of like, this is your life, thinking about 34 years of doing this. But it always was with a mental health first mentality. Even when my kids would come to me and say, we have to do a National Honor Society project, and the first thing you think about is mental health. And they have benefited from that experience and continue to talk about that to this day. They're now 30 and 25, and they still talk about that experience. So everything that I think we do is really with the mental health first mentality. And Tamara had that mental health first mentality. Tamara, I don't think I can hold a candle to her fashionableness, but she was my influencer. She was an influencer before influencing, or Instagram. I mean, before anything was lucrative. She was an influencer. I think we cried when her burgers closed here in town. We probably had chips and salsa. I'm sure that was involved. So she was an influencer before influencing was a thing. She was person-centered before person-centered was mandated. She really led the way. That was always at her core. And certainly, she just always was compassionate and caring to other people. But she was also, I think, climate and environmentally friendly before I even got on got on that as well, because several years ago, she shows up with this lovely, again, fashion, gunmetal colored bag, and she was so thrilled that it was upcycled, that I don't even know what that was a word then, upcycled from car seatbelts or whatever, but it was really lovely. So she was always very much trending and at the forefront of whatever was going on, and so supportive of other people. So it's an honor to be amongst mental health first mentality. And again, to the Leesburg County team, I told Mark I was going to say this. Such a great team to be a part of, and also to our region with so much support. But I think it was Mark and Jess who had come together with this boomski. When something would all, and you know that in mental health, when the stars align, everything works great. Oh, that worked. Boomski. And so much so they got t-shirts. To me, this is a boomski moment, and I wish you all those boomski moments, because in mental health, we really have to celebrate that. And awards, these don't come very often. We created this because it is important to celebrate the work that is going on, and no better than in memory of someone so special, but to really take the time to celebrate those special moments that come along, because it matters, and you all matter, and thank you for what you do. I've met with, I think, 14 providers and 14 state staff in this new role that I'm doing, and every single person has said, how can I help? I'd be happy to meet with you. What are you up to? They want to know a little bit more about this continuum of care that I'm doing, working on with the region. So I thank you to the region, because I did early retirement, and it's a very odd thing to tell people you're retired and you're in your 50s, and I get that look. So now I get to say, but I'm consulting. So that has helped me a little bit from getting the raised eyebrows with that. But that it's in mental health is really wonderful to be a part of. So thank you for this award, and thank you. And a plant, the Rovneys brought a plant, so a peace plant, no better as well. So thank you.
Thank you.
I didn't cry.
Give me that.
So you want me to put that in time?
Yeah, that's back in here. Oh, you wanted to hold the award?
After you wrapped it up so nice. Okay. Here.
So I'll need to go. Sure. Why don't you go? Stoddard, right?
Yep, you got it.
All right. I think we're ready to get started this afternoon. I just wanted to say that was a really beautiful speech, Amy. You know, Sue is such a great person to receive this award, and I was happy to be a part of this process. You know, I didn't know Tamara and got to work with Sue just briefly, but you can really see the passion that they, you know, bring every day to whatever they're doing. They truly and deeply care about the people that they work with. So we are a little bit ahead of schedule, so we're going to start with our next presentation. We have Dr. Katie Stoddard and Robin Schumacher. I got that one wrong, huh? And they're both with Counseling Services of Southern Minnesota. I'm really excited to have these two, and they're going to be kind of doing a little bit of a panel here, so maybe some interaction. So again, start thinking of those questions if you have them. This is actually one that I'm really interested in too, because I really don't know a lot about this. So I'm hoping to learn something with their presentation, but also just refocusing how we think about mental health. And I do know that in just my short time being in the mental health field, that we typically see it as an adult issue, but really what they're going to explain is that we want to be addressing these issues, these concerns, focusing on individuals at a very early age, because like my dad always says, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. So with that, I will turn it over to these two and go from there. You might have to turn the mics on too, by the way. I should have done that.
Oh, there.
It's like on the side. There you go.
Yeah, that. And then it lights up. You want to just do it?
Just test it.
There we go.
Test.
There, got it.
Good.
All right. You want to start? Sure. Hi, I'm Robin Schumacher, like Alex said. Can everybody hear me? No. I'll move closer. There we go. Okay. So Dr. Stoddard and I are going to introduce and hopefully refresh some of your memories on the understanding of infant and children's well-being and their mental health. So, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, I'm Dr. Stoddard. I'm a licensed psychologist. My practice solely focuses on comprehensive psychological evaluations with children. Specifically, I specialize in the assessment and differential diagnosis of neurodevelopmental disorders.
Okay, so for our objectives, these are things that we're going to try to cover in this time. However, we don't have a lot of time to be able to cover everything, and we do have a framework that Dr. Stoddard, that's loud. Oh, way too close. I can't be by you.
All right.
Hey, this is about progress, not perfection. So, like I said, we're going to introduce and explain the Bronfenbrenner's biological model, describe how this model can aid in comprehensive conceptualization. We're going to describe how poor person-environment fit and inadequate and contextual accommodations impact an individual's functioning. Also, to identify significant risk and protective factors that can determine children's mental health and infants.
So Robin's going to focus a lot on just overall the youth population. I'm going to add in pieces about the neurodevelopmental population, or individuals who are neurodivergent, and we're going to get into that a little bit, but that's how we're going to kind of structure this.
And we'll have time for questions at the end.
Hopefully.
All right. So this is the model that Dr. Stoddard is going to introduce us to.
So this model really helps us take a step back from just focusing solely on the individual. We've noticed that all too often we focus assessments at the individual level. We look at test scores, behavioral observations, academic performance, and we often see providers attempt to focus intervention at the individual level. However, the importance of keeping not only a child, but everyone's context, their environments, their relationships in mind cannot be emphasized enough, and how we conceptualize their difficulties and also how we work to improve their well-being. So the bioecological model, this has been through a couple different transformations. This specific one is the most recent one. It was originally put out there in 1994, and it actually helped to form the Head Start program that we all know. So Yuri Bronfenbrenner, who initially developed this model, he's actually a co-founder of the Head Start program. So this model, as you can see, is based on the idea that child's relationships with his or her caregivers impacts their development. And these relationships are affected by work, school, and community settings, which are in turn affected by the overarching cultural and social norms. This model is at the core of our work with children, as we recognize the roles that individuals, families, communities, and society play in shaping children's development and influencing resilience. So the model includes the child at the center and then 5 ecological forces. And within each of these concentric circles, there's risks and protective factors. And there's no way we're gonna be able to touch on all of them, but we're gonna do our best to highlight the ones that we find come up the most for us in our work. So beginning with the child, we are looking at biological and psychological factors, things like cognitive functioning, temperament, mental and physical health, physiological stress responses, social emotional functioning, and gender and sex, just to name a few. So we want to start here in our discussion. It's really hard to break apart these different areas because, as you'll see, everything is very bidirectional in how a child develops, but we're going to do our best to kind of focus at each level.
So starting with the child, I want all of you to think about what kind of narrative we've created about infants and young children in our society. Sometimes there's a traditional view of children are to be seen and not heard. There can be other views that come from other generations. Also to think about a cultural aspect of how is that child's family structure made up? What are the family's values? How do they identify? And to think about that children develop within relationships. So any relationship that they have throughout these systems is going to be impactful for them, whether it's healthy or unhealthy. We also know that children have 4 basic fears in their childhood. They have a fear of losing a parent, either by death or abrupt separation. They have a fear of losing approval or love from their parent. And they have a fear of not being able to meet expectations, whether it's expectations that they have for themselves because of systems they're in, or the expectation of the parents. They also have a fear of any bodily harm. So as we continue, we're going to bring up risk factors, but we also want to think about what to do to be preventative. What are the protective factors that will help create a trajectory for children and babies that will help them ideally be an integrated adult. So if we think about those 4 fears and that kids hold them internally, and when Dr. Stoddard was talking about like their cognitive functioning, their social and emotional functioning, we think about their temperament. Each kiddo can be very different in how they process information. And again, like Dr. Katie said, it's difficult to touch on each thing because when we do work with children, we think about them holistically. There's not just one part of them that we focus on. So another important thing when working with children is to be able to collaborate with one another, because what one person knows can help another person treat that child as well. The other thing that I'm going to add to this is another form of prevention is societal changes. So as we look at this model, being able to think about what are things that we can do as professionals or parents or caregivers in some capacity to be able to see the children, hear the children, because in order to help them, we have to be aware that they're there. We have to think about where they spend their day, at a childcare, at home, at the schools. So some things to ponder as we keep talking.
So for this section, I wanted to focus specifically on mental health in children with neurodevelopmental disorders. before I jump into the research on that, I just want to make a note about some terminology. We use identity-first language. This is kind of the general consensus, especially when we're talking about the autistic population. They prefer identity-first language, and so I want to respect that. Obviously, go with what your patients and clients are most comfortable with, but we will be using that terminology today. Also, the term neurodivergent is going to come up quite a bit, and all this means is a neurotype that differs from the typical norm. So those are what those terms mean as I'm going through. So many studies have verified that autistic people are at increased rates, experiencing increased rates of mental health challenges compared to non-autistic comparison groups. Rates have varied considerably across different studies, and this is due to a variety of things, the sampling strategies, the instruments that are used, and then demographic and psychosocial variables that are used in the studies. However, some rates have estimated to be as high as 70% of having at least one co-occurring psychiatric disorder. Most commonly, depression and anxiety, but research has also suggested elevated rates of OCD, trauma, eating disorders, among others. There was a study done in 2019. It was a meta-analysis of 66 different studies, and it found that autistic individuals were 4 times more likely than non-autistic individuals to experience depression over the course of their life. And rates of depression increased in this population with both intelligence and age. The lifetime prevalence of an anxiety disorder in the autistic population has been estimated to be 42%. In a longitudinal study published in Denmark in 2021, which included 6.5 million people in the study, autistic individuals were 3 times more likely to attempt suicide or to die by suicide. Even after accounting for demographic variables like marital status, sex, age, and educational level, they were still at elevated risk of this. The most prominent thing that we've seen so far in research that elevates the risk of suicidal ideation in this population is significant differences in social communication, and as well as the experience of bullying, which we'll touch on when we talk about the microsystem. I have less research about other neurodevelopmental disorders just because this is kind of where our research is at currently, but also with ADHD. Individuals with ADHD are at increased risk for psychiatric disorders as well as suicidal ideation, again, even after controlling for those demographic variables. The most common ones for ADHD are substance use disorders, anxiety, major depressive, and OCD. And then with other neurodevelopmental disorders such as intellectual development disorder, learning disabilities, we see increased rates or risk for anxiety and depression. There was a study done with adolescents with poor reading ability, and having poor reading ability has been associated with suicidal ideation compared to peers with typical reading scores, even after controlling for those demographic variables. So this is really important. We know that there's elevated risk of mental health in the neurodevelopmental disorder population, and I think we're finally getting some research to support this. But it tells us how important this topic is.
And I wanted to add, too, going back to the child, something that Jairi Paul has said is that when a child is held in mind, the child can feel it and they can know it. There's a sense of safety or of containment, and most important, an existence in that other, which has always seemed vital to their development. So we know that naturally, as humans, we want to connect with others. That's our purpose, is to belong and to connect. And for our littlest in our population, we want to be able to have them feel that way. And sometimes in our different settings and systems, we can see their behavior in a different way, which then influences our reactions or our responses to them. So as we get more into the other systems, we'll talk about how we can build our adult capacities as well. Also, I want to note that once a child is able to feel held in the mind of another, then that also tells me that that adult has that reflective capacity to be able to hold them, which then also gives hope for any intervention, it gives hope for change for that child as well, if there's developmental delays or things like that.
So we can move on to the microsystem then. So this is the circle closest to the child. This is the environments the child is directly involved in, such as home and school. This is going to differ for each child. So for example, health services, social services, if the child is actively involved in these systems, that will be a part of the microsystem. Otherwise, that would fall in a different system, which we'll get to later. But examples of the microsystem include parenting style, financial stability and poverty, the physical and mental health of parents and other family members, social support, neighborhood safety, and then the concept of goodness of fit.
So something that we think about with parenting style, so a pioneer of infant early childhood was Selma Freiberg, and something that she said is that history is not destiny. So even though those of us who are parents or even caregivers of any kind, I use those terms loosely, whoever takes care of a child, if we as that caregiver have unresolved conflicts, unresolved traumas, those things will come up within our present and there'll be repetitive patterns. And one way that parents are able to think about their history, like I said before, that will help them with the awareness of their child and be able to think about how they want to do it differently. So that's where we all come into play, is if we're able to notice and be aware of what is going on in that system that the child is most closely associated with, we can help hold that parent's perspective. We can help hold that they have unresolved conflict that is determining the type of attachment they have with their child. Something else that Selma says is that a parent sometimes can experience more of a belonging to their past rather than the present with their child. It's like the attachment with their child. So that just reiterates again, that's important for us to acknowledge when there is a past, what it looks like, how that's determining the attachment between the parent and child, and then be able to think together about what is the next step for this parent, caregiver, and child.
Yeah, and I think when we talk about goodness of fit, that fits really well with that. When we're talking about goodness of fit, we're referring to the child's variables, so their developmental level, their temperament, and then also how the environment accommodates that specific child and works with that specific child. A lot of new research is coming out about goodness of fit in regards to the school system and the family system in the neurodivergent population. And I think a big reason for this is that research has historically neglected the voices of neurodivergent individuals, and we're finally starting to include them in research to get more of an understanding. I mean, they truly are the experts of their neurodivergence, and we're finally getting them involved in research and opening that up, and we're learning a lot more. And a lot of the research, when you look back on the history of something such as autism, a lot of the research on intervention is focused at the individual level on changing behaviors or shifting behaviors. And we're learning more and more that obviously the role that the environment plays in increasing the risk of mental health within this population, it just can't go unnoticed. We have to acknowledge that neurodivergent individuals are often expected to live in environments that are inadequately accommodating to them due to a mismatch between those individual characteristics and the environment or the context that they're in. When there's a mismatch between such, for example, a developmental level and expectations of the environment, sometimes we see resistance. We see behaviors that are labeled as problem behaviors, anxiety, frustration, withdrawal, and a lack of motivation. When we think about a child with a learning disability such as dyslexia in the academic setting, especially in a child whose dyslexia has not been identified, school is a child's job. So imagine being at your job and seeing all of your coworkers having something come easier to them or performing better than you. That is going to have an influence on our self-esteem and ultimately our mental health. And so the goodness of fit needs to be modified for that child. When there is an optimal person-environment fit, this is a protective factor. It offers the opportunity to thrive, to let the individual have their social needs met, their other needs met, to thrive academically. There was an exploratory qualitative study done with autistic adults who said that one of the things they grieve the most is they weren't offered opportunities to excel or to achieve the necessary training, skills, diplomas needed for a job and a career that they were interested in. We need to modify the environment. We need to figure out how we can help these people improve or have their needs met to improve their quality of life.
And I was thinking as you were talking too, to add to that, thinking about the caregivers and the parenting style, we also want to hold the caregivers in mind. When I'm working with a dyad, I work with both the caregiver and the child, and really the relationship between them is my client. That's what I'm looking at constantly, is what needs to change, what is a strength, what is already there that's helping them. One way to help children is to also build adult capacities. So thinking about caregivers who have mental health issues, substance abuse issues, instability in living. Kids need those things in order to thrive. They need safety, they need stability and security. They need a consistent caregiver, somebody who responds to them constantly. And also to think about attunement is us as adults and caregivers need to be able to know what is it that this baby needs when they're crying. And to be able to work together at sending a similar message. I know there's mixed messages that get sent about what it means when a baby cries or what we should do when a baby cries. But being able to think together about what is the best fit for this child.
Yeah, and that brings up a good point, is that it's not going to be a one-size-fits-all. That it's going to take work, it's going to take collaborating with the stakeholders, the individuals, the children at the center of it, to figure out what is the optimal person-environment fit, which isn't an easy task by any means. It's going to take work, and it's going to take a lot of different systems in order to make this work. Reducing societal stigma, enhancing peer understanding, promoting inclusion. We have consistently seen the importance of social support on well-being. So it's not even just that family and system, it's also the social network and the school system as well. I want to talk a little bit about that, the social support. In the study that I just briefly spoke about, that exploratory study, the concept of societal othering was brought up by numerous participants, which, from their definition, refers to the exclusion from social activities, the attempts of others to normalize behavior, stigma, and bullying. And what this led to is something that if you've been in a meeting with me or in one of my explanation findings appointments, I talk about camouflaging and masking. And there's a lot of great research coming out on this. But this concept of camouflaging and masking is specifically to autistic individuals and also ADHD as well, but hiding traits and attempting to pass as neurotypical to increase the chances of fitting in, performing well at work, and reducing the risk of social rejection. And while people might think this is just adapting, what we're actually doing with camouflaging and masking is we're not being our authentic, genuine self. In studies that are done on people who identify as masking and camouflaging, this significantly predicted psychological distress, and there was a significant association with suicidal ideation, exhaustion, burnout, because you're constantly trying to pretend that you're someone else and you're trying to mask your true self and your true functioning. So that's something that comes up too when the goodness of fit is not appropriate for an individual.
And to think about if we were all able to show up as our authentic, true selves, if we think about birth to 5-year-olds, they do show up as their authentic, true selves most of the time. And to think about that our society has expectations for them, their caregivers have expectations for them, we want to be able to figure out what is going to be a preventative or a protective or a factor that will propel them into staying true to who they are. Because even as young as the age of 3, they start to develop their personality, their characteristics. I mean, we think about, a lot of people will say, oh, this child, they're in their terrible 2s, but really, I would like to reframe that to actually the only thing it's terrible for is the guardian or the caregiver, because this child is developing all of their feelings. And they're trying to figure out, what do I do with all this stuff under my skin, and where do I go? And oh, that shelf looks fun to climb, so I'm going to do that. But to think about, if we have kids who are also living in environments that lack resources, they may climb that shelf. They may not know how to use their environment safely, which then also increases their risk of harm. Or different behaviors come out because they're trying to reduce any emotional affect because of things they've seen, if it's traumatic, if it's stressful. I think about kids with sensory needs, trying to figure out what is going on as well in their little bodies. So I know I keep being redundant, but it's so important for us as adults to be able to understand and see them, and also know what is going on inside ourselves. Like, what is bubbling up for me when I'm working with this child? What is it that I need to uncover so I can continue doing the work as well?
Let's jump ahead to the MESO system next. And this just refers to the interactions between the child's environments, members of the environment. So basically the interactions between the different microsystems. So an example of this would be the relationship between the parent and the teacher. This relationship is going to have either a positive or negative impact on the child. If there's tension between the parent and teacher, that might come through to the child, which is going to be hard on them. So do you have anything else with the MESO system to talk about?
I do not.
Okay. Then we'll jump up to the EXO system. So these are settings in which the child does not directly participate. So parents, careers, and workplaces, and the stress that they experience from their jobs. The relationship between the teacher and the principal, so how much support the teacher is getting from their district. And this can be where social services and healthcare is as well for the child, unless, like I said before, they're directly involved in that. And there's a lot of stuff that we can talk about at this level, especially as it pertains to our work.
And I think the question I posed to you before is, how do we show up in our work, and how do we show up with these kids, is important. It very much matters on how I perceive a child. And so this is the system where it would be so important for us to have access to adequate training and resources on early childhood development and development of young children, and also to have access to reflective supervision. To be able to sit with a group of colleagues and be able to talk about our vulnerabilities and things that come up for us when we're in a home, or we're in a session, or we're bumping into clients at the grocery store, or last night we went out to eat and there's a client, and it's different. And so thinking about what to do with our feelings that come up is very helpful. The other thing that comes up with reflective supervision is when we have the feeling of being held, the feeling of being seen, there's a parallel process that happens with the parent and then the parent to the child. So the way the parent feels in our presence can also influence how they see and interact with their child and take care of their child and nurture them.
Yeah. When you were bringing up just about us, the adequate training and things, I mean, we talk about that a lot in our work, and something that comes up a lot for us when we're in consultation groups with us as a psychologist and also the mental health therapist. Something that actually often comes up is the concepts of misdiagnosing and then also diagnostic overshadowing. Misdiagnosing is when we're getting the diagnosis wrong. Diagnostic overshadowing happens when an individual has a diagnosis, and then all other symptoms or traits they might be exhibiting is just being shoved under that one diagnosis, meaning that we're missing something. this is inevitable, I feel like, with our practice, because those of you who do diagnosing, you know that a lot of the symptoms and the traits that we look at are transdiagnostic. They show up in almost every disorder. Think about inattention. Yes, this is inherent to ADHD, but lack of concentration or lack of focus is also present in depression, in anxiety, and trauma. That makes accurate diagnosing pretty difficult. And the concept of ongoing assessment is really important to think about because we might not get everything in that 1 hour diagnostic assessment session. We need more time. This can happen there's two outcomes for this, specifically with the neurodivergent population. The first is an individual could already have a neurodevelopmental disorder or an identity, a neurodivergent identity, exhibit symptoms, let's say, of depression or anxiety, and providers may mistakenly just chalk that up to the neurodevelopmental disorder. Obviously, this is an issue because we want them to get the treatment to alleviate distress from the anxiety or the depression. Then the other outcome is that an individual could have an anxiety, a depressive disorder, trauma disorder, and then there's traits of neurodivergence, and that's just being overshadowed by the other diagnosis. And this matters, and I've had some people ask, well, why does it matter? It's not going to change my treatment anyways. I have heard multiple times, I don't do autism. This is extremely, extremely important. There's a ton of research right now that says individuals who discover that they are neurodivergent later have been found to be at elevated risk for mental health problems, while with some studies estimating 3 times more likely than their childhood diagnosed counterparts. The earlier neurodivergence is identified, the earlier the individual will have access to support and hopefully improved understanding and self-acceptance. I read something in one of these qualitative studies that was written by an autistic adult, and I want to share it with you all, and it's about why these labels are important. He said, it's important to know that you are a normal zebra and not a strange horse, and you cannot find a community with other zebras if you think you are a horse the whole time. And it is impossible for a zebra to live a healthy life if it constantly feels like it's a failed horse. And I think that comes up a lot for us. And this can go with a lot of different things. I think about learning disabilities. If you don't know that you have dyslexia, you are going to constantly feel like you're failing. And research has found that developing self-understanding, identifying positively with a neurodivergent identity, this mediates the relationship between self-esteem and mental health difficulties. So it is important, and it's important to get these, the neurodivergence identified early. And so a watch and wait approach that we sometimes have, it just doesn't help the child, especially when you think about how long wait lists are currently. We need to get kiddos on the wait list to help understand their own neurotype so that we can alleviate or minimize the risk of developing. We're really essentially trying to preserve their self-esteem.
And to preserve the capacities that they already have. And so to think about another disorder or experience is trauma. If we diagnose everything as trauma, then nothing is trauma. We have to know that trauma is a very specific event that is happening for this child. It can be chronic, it can be acute, and to think about how did that event impact the child, because what I may deem a trauma, the child may not. Think of that part of being the trauma. So they could have gone through physical abuse, emotional abuse, but then had an abrupt separation. That child may actually feel that the trauma trigger, the trauma is the separation. We know that physical abuse, sexual abuse, neglect all have a very substantial impact on childhood development. So we have to be able to think about the trauma, and for those of us who are diagnosing professionals to know and to consider what Dr. Stoddard was saying about diagnosing and being able to know what is it that we're truly treating.
And that's a huge feat because you think about the professional training and development that goes into, and there's a lot of diagnoses out there. The DSM-5 has a lot. And so it's not expected to specialize in every area of the DSM. But what this is at least telling us is that we need to get better at screening so that we can make appropriate referrals and timely referrals. The burden is also on society and stakeholders to understand the importance of identifying psychiatric disorders as early as possible. But it is starting to become a burden on us as clinicians to ask the right questions, to draw out the necessary information so we can make referrals if appropriate, to know your blind spots, to know your areas of competency. When it's outside of your scope, it's time to refer. But we deserve more training and time to get that training and development in these areas. We are starting to see truly a more accurate percentage of what population, what percentage of the population has a neurodevelopmental disorder. And knowing what we know now, it's no longer acceptable to ignore the possibility of neurodivergence. Knowing that it can increase mental health, especially being diagnosed later in life, it's no longer acceptable. And so we need more accurate screening.
I was going to mention about prenatal and perinatal care. So perinatal is the weeks before and after the birth. Prenatal is obviously during the pregnancy. And at Counseling Services of Southern Minnesota, we have an infant early childhood program, and we have staff, licensed professionals and clinical trainees who are being trained and are trained in evidence-based trainings for this particular population. Because we want to be able to know how is it that the baby's already being influenced by the mother's mental health issues, if there's substance abuse, if there's learning disabilities, what is it that we can do already to help this mom know and see this baby that she's going to have. So being able to have the earliest referrals is really important to start those interventions.
We can briefly just go over, I can be really long-winded. So the macro system, this is overarching cultural and social norms. This includes things like special education law, discrimination, inequalities, and then just like Robin was talking about with like prenatal, perinatal, this would be the chronos system. So this is constantly involving its changes in the child and the environment over time. So we can probably open it up for questions now if we have time. I don't know how much longer we have.
We can. We wanted to share a quote from Yuri Bronfenbrenner. And he has said that every child needs at least one adult who is irrationally crazy about him or her. So think about the children in your lives and which ones you hold and which ones need it more.
About 10 minutes, so we have plenty of time here for a few questions. If we don't have any questions, that's okay too. But again, now's a good time to ask if you are thinking about something and maybe some specific questions that these two can help answer.
What modalities do you use when you're working with a family in which the attachment capacity of the mother or father is already impaired from their own generational trauma, and so then they don't even recognize they have a problem. They think they're the most loving mom on the earth because they love their kid, and there's no question they love their kid, but they don't realize that their attachment capacities are damaged by their own trauma, and then when they recognize it, it's kind of a scary moment for them, and they didn't bring their kid to you to work on their trauma. They swept that under the rug a long time ago.
Sure. It's a great question. It sounds like you've had that experience. Never, no. Well, so as a mental health professional, one thing that I look for, and one thing that we all do, is we do a very thorough assessment. And the assessment is not only about the child, it's about what is that child getting from the relationship and from the environment that they're living in. And so throughout that assessment, I would say all of our professionals start to get an idea of what is that child needing and what are they not getting. And that's where we would start already having those conversations with the caregivers. And the assessment process is the start of it. We don't wait until our treatment plan. We don't wait until the first day of therapy. The assessment is a living document to me. It's something that's going to constantly be giving me details, giving me direction. And then most of the time, treatment for these dyads goes on for a year plus because there's always something that's happening for the parent. To speak more specifically, I would say that parent-only work is very important, and that's when we take a step back from the child. If the child is doing okay, to be able to meet with the parent and hold their conflict, hold their challenge with all the things that are going on for them. Also to be able to set the parent up with their own resources and their own mental health services as well. Specific modalities that we may use are evidence-based, so it's child-parent psychotherapy, it's parent-child interaction therapy, it's ABC that I talked about, TFCBT, maybe even EMDR for a parent. And hopefully you all know what those acronyms mean. Other questions?
Yeah, I just have a quick question. When I was younger, I was diagnosed as ADHD. Now, when I got older, they said that I got cured from it. Now, is there a thing called cured for ADHD?
It's a good question.
It's a great question.
Dr. Stoddard?
Based on what I know and the research I've done, no. We know that features and traits of ADHD change over the lifespan, just like we all change over the lifespan. So a child who is hyperactive, who loses necessary items for a school task, might be an adult who is extremely restless and can't pay their bills on time because they lose their passwords or logins for different sites. So it looks different, and the criteria for ADHD as the DSM-5 TR stands now is a set of behavioral criteria. It is things that somebody else can observe in you. And it's not the greatest sample size, the population that was used to develop those criteria. So we know it can look different in adults, and we're definitely learning more about that. You might not have the classical symptoms of ADHD that you exhibited in childhood.
All right, let me just take a quick peek at where we're at for timing. I think we're still doing quite well. We did schedule a break here, so let's go ahead and just, again, stretch around a little bit. You know, I know that it's a little chilly in here, and we did address that. Believe it or not, it is 71 degrees in here, so I know, hard to believe, right? So maybe, again, get up, move around a little bit. We should have some new coffee coming out here pretty soon, and my plan is for us to reconvene and start at 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock, so we got some time. Starbucks is downstairs, too. Yeah, they want to have, I mean, not like So hopefully everyone's enjoying the experience so far. And you know, like I was just mentioning to Andrew, you know, sometimes the best part of the conference is just the networking and the connections that you're making throughout the day. So really encourage you, if you're able to get to know the people around you. And you know, you never know who you're going to meet at some of these things. So with that, I am going to pass it over to Andrew Archer. I actually got to see a very small portion of this presentation, or a variation of it, up here during a conference in the spring. So I'm intrigued to hear the rest of it. I know that we've talked about some of the subject matter quite extensively, but it is very unique and very challenging to the status quo, and that's one of the reasons why I wanted to have him speak today. So I'm going to pass it over to Andrew. We can give him a round of applause, can't we? Thank you. Yep.
All right, welcome everybody. Want to say thanks to Alex first. There's a lot of behind the scenes stuff that goes on to put together these conferences, so it's a lot of work. It's an honor to be here, honor to speak. What I do 6 days a week is practice psychotherapy in private practice. I founded Minnesota Mental Health Services in 2017. What I found interesting listening thus far to the speakers is, you know, this is the social determinants of mental health, but nobody's defined what mental health is. And what does it mean to be mentally healthy in American culture? Eric Fromm wrote a book called The Sane Society in 1955, and I think it's a pretty sick culture that we're living in. And mental health is such a vague and ambiguous term. I'd love to, we'll see how it goes this afternoon, but I'd love to come back next year and talk about the sort of mythology around mental health. And I should say, it's not that I don't think people suffer. People definitely suffer. But what I do in terms of my practice is it's analytical work combined with meditation. So I'm actually teaching people a different way of understanding themselves, and I'll share some of that this afternoon as a means to empower them to break out of their own conditioning. I think part of the culture that we're in is scripting us to be passive, and it's scripting us to be mindless, to just escape into the virtual world. And so these terms, unfortunately, I think are being co-opted, because mental health is really becoming an economic term. You invest in yourself like you invest in a home or a car, and then you have to remodel yourself and update it, optimize yourself. And so that puts the focus on our head, right? What's going on in here and our identities and all this stuff. So I'd love to come back next year and talk about the myth of mental health, something I'm focusing on, I'm writing about. But people suffer and people engage in passive strategies. That's what I want to share this afternoon. There's a great article that Alex sent out called Passivity by Jackie and Aaron Schiff. I encourage you to read that if you haven't already, but I'm going to go through the main points, but I'm going to telescope outward to give you some examples of what's going on in the culture. Emil Durkheim, you know, in 1897 understood that the individual's enmeshment in the market, in the economic system, has very detrimental effects. And now we're living in these virtual markets, and they're trying to get us more and more habituated to that way of living. But what he found in his study, and he was basically the first sociologist, was that it didn't matter if it was a boom in the market or a bust, you saw increases of self-annihilation, self-destruction, and that stems from agitation. So that's what I'm going to get into. But when we think about American culture, you know, what was the best grossing movie this summer? Top Gun, Maverick. So we have gun in the name. Okay, but it's about being this rugged individual who's the best of the best. You know, Pete Mitchell is, you know, Maverick, and he has to compete to win and dominate others. But what's interesting about that movie, and I love the movie because I grew up watching it in the 80s, first on beta, then VHS and DVD, is that the new movie is just a simulation of the old movie. And Pete Mitchell, even though it's 40 years later, he's the same guy. And I think that's part of the issue, my issue with mental health, is that the medical model creates a continuity of the self. So Pete Mitchell, back in the 80s, is the same guy in 2022. And my perspective on this is not as a clinical social worker. I have 3 kids, and the personality structure in human nature is dynamic. So we're never the same. We're constantly emerging in a relational sphere with one another. Symbiosis is the term. So that's what I'm going to get into, and what I'm going to try and do in the limited amount of time is bring this intersection between the virtual world, this despair that many of us are feeling. If you're aware of what's going on, like Bukata Hayes about racism, if you're aware about what's going on in terms of economic precarity, and I assume you all are, not getting paid enough, working 40 hours during the day and then at night and checking email constantly, is that you feel despair. But despair is transformed into joy if you have another relational body to express that truth with. So all the stuff that I'm going to talk about today is really awful, and it's sad, but when I talk to my friends about it, I feel joy because I'm connected, because we see it the same way. And the through line is this sense of competition. But so the virtual world, this sense of despair and mass shootings. What is going on in American culture that's so much different than anywhere else in the world? But remember, we're an empire. We're an imperial empire. MSU doesn't really own this land that we're sitting on, right? White people created the idea of whiteness, and that justified land ownership. And so we've colonized much of the earth, the U.S. It's not just the actual space on the North American continent. We have Guam, we have Puerto Rico, all these territories. That's a nice neoliberal term for colonies. Okay, so colonization, and the mass shooter in their act of self-annihilation is colonizing space and time. Why? To go viral in a virtual world of non-space, non-time. So these passivity strategies, this is, when I read this article 8-9 years ago, it changed the way I did psychotherapy. I don't work with mentally ill people or mentally healthy people. I work with people, and they all suffer. And when you sit down and listen to a person's whole story and how they've adapted and how they operate, they're insane, right? Have you met anyone that's not insane? It's crazy, but it's very interesting because it's based on their cultural conditioning. It's based how, Robin and Katie talked about, it's the socialization. As little kids, we train them to be self-existing, independent selves. I have a 1.5-year-old. We keep telling her she's Vivian, she's Vivian, she's Vivian. You're separate, you're isolated. But that's a form of selfhood that's egocentric. That's not reality. Because we can express ourselves and we're self-aware, that makes us different than a turtle. But the issue with that is we're always trying to be better, to be good enough, to optimize ourselves. And so that's the ego. That's our conditioning that we can't resolve that sense of lack. And so I help people see that they've been conditioned in certain ways, and I train them to think for themselves, to do their own thinking, not how their parents told them or how they adapted to how their parents told them. But I don't see them as ill. I mean, I practice using transactional analysis, and the philosophy is I'm okay and you're okay, which means that we're all fundamentally the same. So the first passive strategy, my garage door opener wasn't working this summer, and do you know what I did about it? Nothing. I just parked outside. I didn't do anything about it. And believe it or not, that didn't change the problem, right? It's not going to fix itself. So a great way to avoid something is to, go onto the virtual space and just escape. So we have a problem. We say, I don't want to deal with it, and I'm going to scroll, and I'm going to do whatever. The interesting thing is hyperactivity is a passive strategy, multitasking, doing a bunch of things at once, because you're not dealing with feelings. You have to think and reflect about your own thinking to understand what you're feeling, what's going on in your body. But in the virtual world, we're dissociated from the body. When I'm on my email, my kid's hair could be on fire running around, and I don't experience it. When I'm reading a book, I still have senses. about what's going on around me, but not when I'm in the machine. Okay, so I'm going to talk about the virtual world. That's how Alex and I got connected. I spoke at the Nobel conference a couple weeks ago about that topic, so I can go in depth into that. Now, the second passive strategy, so the garage door opener's not working. I thought about it. I thought about it a bunch of times, and believe it or not, thinking about the garage door and how I was going to fix it actually didn't fix it either. So overthinking. A client comes in to meet with me. They're having some issue. They have fear. They feel powerless about something. They have some problem. I say, so what have you done to deal with that fear? And they said, well, I've just been thinking about it for like a week or two. Overthinking. That's a passive strategy. And typically what we do in terms of over-adaptation is we take on someone else's goals. So again, I want to, kaleidoscope out from these individual psychological constructs to the broader social and economical sphere. When COVID happened, that was big tech's moment, right? They wait for a crisis so they will habituate to the new technology. So working from home, remote learning, all this stuff. They've had all this technology for years. They're just waiting for the crisis to push that. Okay, so a lot of us, not all of us, but many of us over-adapted to that. And now we think that psychotherapy can be done video chatting with people. That is not therapy. I do therapy with bodies. People that are full body, I have, again, these little kids, they walk around with their stomach, when they're 2 years old, they walk around with an antenna out of their stomach. They're full bodies. So in the West, we just focus on our head. But when I'm doing therapy, I want to see the whole body and work with the energy that's coming off the body, because most of communication is not what we say. People say things when they're thinking other things, right? And we're deceptive and we manipulate people. So you can tell that because people shift in and out of states of mind, and they show you that with their body language. They show you that with their tone of voice. Okay, so we have over-adaptation. When that overthinking doesn't work, people get agitated. And this is where I think we need to be putting our focus on, is when somebody's agitated, right? They're shaking or they're real restless, and you can sense that they're irritated. Again, I have little kids, so the 2-year-old's gonna bite somebody when they can't resolve their agitation. That violence makes the agitation go away, or they hit. The mass shooters, they're almost all agitated before the act. So this is what we're gonna get into. I'm gonna try and go faster because I know I won't get through everything. Doing nothing, over-adaptation, agitation, and then incapacitation or violence. And violence, sort of ironically, is when power ends, when you use violence. What Russia has done, preemptively is this war of aggression. That's where their power is sort of in free fall, because what happens when the state uses that violence, they take off the mask. The state takes off the mask, and you see how these forces are so dark, and people lose faith in it. But in terms of an individual act, the mass shooter, because of the agitation, does this act of self-exhibition, this performative act to resolve their agitation. Of course, they think they're going to live forever online. And they do research other mass shooters, do a lot of R&D, but they never have an exit plan, because it is a form of incapacitation. They're trying to get shot by the police, or they're going to turn the gun on themselves. But this is, part of American culture's history is that we have colonized, and we continue to colonize, and kind of, what I'm thinking about when I'm hearing these other lectures is, and this is so typical of people in power. Now, I work for myself, so I don't work for anybody, and I'm not selling anything. If anything, I'm giving this away. But what I'm hearing is we need to just remodel these models that we have. Just make them better. And let's hope that the people in power, like the Democratic Party, make some changes. I don't think that's going to happen. We need to change the models, and the mental health one is one we could talk about. But certainly we need to work with agitation and getting people to calm down. In addition to doing psychotherapy, I practice meditation with preschool kids. And they have a lot of energy, 4 and 5-year-olds. So I teach them to de-escalate, to calm down. This is what we can all do. This is what we can all promote without any sort of ideology, is that we need to calm down. We need to work on agitation. Okay, so let's talk about despair. I already kind of mentioned it. If you can't express your truth, what's going on for you with anyone in the world, that's despair. Your conscious reasoning about what's happening in the world. If you don't have an outlet, if you don't have a friend, if you don't have a mentor, a teacher, that despair can erode you internally. And this is Franco Berardi's quote. He's an Italian writer. It's an understanding, the world is getting hotter every year. Again, all these models and people in power want to talk about climate or climate change, this and that, to create divisiveness. It's getting hotter every year. Okay, that's not something you can argue about. What we do about that, that's something we should have a discussion about, but it is getting hotter. And I think our employment is getting more and more precarious. Obviously, we have war constantly going on. So if you're aware of those things and you have feelings associated with that, that's not because you're mentally ill. It means because you're aware of what's going on, okay? That is in distinction with depression, and this comes out of transactional analysis. Eric Berne is the founder of that. If you can't have an internal dialogue, that's usually when people get depressed. They don't interact with people, they withdraw. I'll show the personality structure from TA, but it's that critical voice. Let's say you, after this conference, you go home and you turn on Netflix, right? You put your feet up, and then there's that voice that says, you should be doing something productive. Aren't you being a little lazy? That's the critic or the parent ego state. It's an echo of your parent figures that, projected their fears of you not making it and said you were lazy when you're a kid. You still hear that. It's still inside your head. So if you can't have that internal dialogue, it's likely that you're going to feel depressed if those two parts of the personality don't work together. Now, if we're living 12 to 13 hours a day in the virtual world in front of screens, which is the average in America, today, how much internal dialogue are you having? As soon as I step out of the psychotherapy room or I see a client in the office that's idle, bam, it's right there. Bam, right there. Every second. We don't want to think about our own thinking. And that's what I think therapy is really useful for, however you do it, is you get the client to start thinking about their own thinking, because then they realize they're not their thinking. That's how they were conditioned. Okay, so Sherry Turkle has done a lot of research on this. We're just getting more of what we want online, okay, and I'll talk a little bit about that. So the first strategy here, like I said, if you have a problem and instead you escape into the virtual world. So let's talk about it for a second, because like I said, big tech was waiting for this crisis, and with COVID, it was a perfect opportunity. But we think, that this is, we think of this thing as like our baby. We keep it charged at all times. We put the screen protector on it. We adorn it. We don't want anything to happen to it. When you can't find it, you freak out, right? You're like, oh my God, where's my phone? Where's my livelihood? But this is thinking for us. So we're actually the baby. This is a symbiotic relationship where everything that I want, I get. But the con here of the virtual space is that if you get everything you want, then you're going to be happy. If you're like a billionaire or something, you're going to be happy. But that's not how happiness works. Again, because of human nature, the ego it's always wanting. And if you don't believe me, I'll loan you my 3-year-old, and he'll show you it's never enough. We always want more. Okay, this is called greed in the Zen Buddhist philosophy. This is our issue, and when we don't get what we want, then we get agitated. But the other thing about the phone is that we touch it about 3,000 times a day. We pick it up a couple hundred times, but what's happening is we're just using our fingers. And what I think is really incredible about human nature is what we've built with our hands and how we communicate with our hands. Again, I got a little toddler at home. She points, and she grabs my hand, and she pats her babies when she takes care of her little babies, right? That's how we've created these civilizations, not with our minds, with our hands. I mean, think about doing a button or a zipper with these little babies have these little tiny fragile hands, but they train themselves through practice to do things like a zipper or a button. I mean, it's incredible. No other animal can do these things. And now what we're doing is we're not using our hands because tech wants it as instantaneous as possible. If we can think and order on Amazon, they'll find a way to do that, right? Because they want it actually at the neuroplastic level of desire. If they can tap into that data, that's ideal. But Berardi makes this point that actually the faster that everything, the acceleration of the virtual space, you know, it's like you got to keep up with everything that's going on, but these digital systems are just becoming more and more sophisticated. Is he saying that the human mind can't keep up? And when we can't keep up, we get burnt out. Anybody burnt out these days? And we feel impotent because everything is happening so quickly. So this is two personality structures. So each one, the P stands for parent, the A for adult, and C for child. The parent ego state you can think of as more like defensive. When somebody's sitting, you know, with their hands crossed and like they have the scowl, it's a defensive position. It's meant to be in control. And so when you're taking care of kids, you end up saying the things your parents said to you, right? Just like habitually, they come out. I'll say like, make up your mind, which doesn't mean anything. It just means your dad's getting angry and he doesn't want to look psychotic when he yells at you in public. So you say, make up your mind. The adult state is basically mindful awareness. They didn't use mindfulness back in the 1950s, but that's objective. You know, so objectively, we could say it's 71 degrees in here, but some of you can say it's cold. I felt cold too, or hot, or whatever. That's an analytical process. But you just say, you know, that you have goosebumps. You might hear different sounds if you really pay attention out here. This is the state of mind for learning. And the multitasking, the hyperactivity, you're not learning, okay? Now, the child state is basically like the ego, or if you think of personality in general. And again, this is all laid out in the passivity article. I don't want to spend too much time on it because I think you'll understand this. So if on the right is a newborn baby, an infant, they don't know that they're separate from anything in the world, right? Object permanence, it's not there. They're just reflexively responding to everything that's happening. So if you think of a breastfeeding mother and a newborn infant, the mother is thinking, and this is a simplification, but the mom is this outside mind, making sure the baby's not sleeping on their stomach when it's too early, thinking about when they need to be changed, is it nap time? So it's all this analytical thinking, and of course, you're in the moment because you don't want the baby to roll off the bed. But what happens is the baby cries, because the child state is about wanting, it's about desire. So the baby cries, and the mother doesn't think, you know, I'm thinking of a breastfeeding mother, doesn't think, I wonder what's going on. It's actually a reflexive process that the mother produces milk when the baby responds. So it's symbiotic in a relational sense, meaning when two people become one. Obviously, when a newborn baby comes along, it's a separate thing, but the mother, especially the breastfeeding mother, and the baby operate as one. But they're not really one, they're not really two. And what I'm saying here, in symbiosis, you have one person doing more of the thinking for the other person. And so the connection I want to make with you is that with the virtual world, if it'll go, maybe not. You never want to do a lecture on technology and not have the technology work. With the virtual space, think about, if you can advance it, go ahead. Siri, Alexa, they're the adult state. They're just listening, right? They're just waiting for their command to search something for us. Tinder is bringing people together based on an algorithm. It's kind of funny when you think about it this way. I've been reading this sociologist, Jean Baudrillard, and he talks about American culture as a primitive culture. So if you think of Tinder or Match.com, these different things, it's actually very primitive. Like it's like an arranged marriage. Like you don't have to think at all. It's gonna bring you together. But so very limited thinking, right? You can just swipe. You don't have to think much about it. You don't have to think about how do I meet people, where should I go, etc. So the virtual machine, this is the parent and the adult. And it's conditioning us in certain frames of reference. Most of this stuff online is despair, right? It's like, oh my God, we're all gonna die. This is awful. There's lots of bad things happening in the world, but we're like freebasing that despair all the time. And so, like the mother-infant, you guys really don't want to laugh. I got to say something really funny. Like the mother-infant dyad, or just parents in general, is you prescribe frames of reference. What's good, what's bad. Do this, don't do this. And that's what the virtual world is doing. It has the power to control the possibility of our choices. So we're within this model. You know, you can't go on Facebook and just wander around and look at stuff. You have to sign up and be a user and be fixed within that model as a subject to interact with anybody on Facebook. You have to identify yourself. You can't, when I was a kid, it was all about the internet superhighway and you're gonna explore, but there's no anonymity. You can't just wander around. And the reason for that is, of course, that they want our data. They want our data to sell it to third-party companies that then repackage it, sell it to other companies, and ultimately sell us junk that we don't need. So we produce all of this data and content for these companies. Do we get any money for that? No. And do they pay any taxes on it? No. Are they regulated? No. But it's this symbiotic process, so we get what we want. So that's the child state. We get to be little, in a sense, and just get more of what we want. But they're controlling the choices, the frames of reference in this binary way. Just like as parents, you say, this is good, this is bad. Think of an example here. My 5-year-old likes Bob Marley and Bob Dylan and Leonard Cohen. He likes to listen to this music in the car, which is great. But that's what Dad listened to. I didn't listen to jazz or hard rock or electric or whatever. So I prescribed the frames of reference. But he walks around thinking he's autonomous and that he likes Bob Dylan. But that's based on his cultural conditioning. That's why he likes, so it's the same process that's going on, is that we're getting scripted in this mindlessness. Don't think, don't remember. This will remember your bank account, your calendar, everything for you, which means you don't have to think for yourself. And if you don't think for yourself, there's this ominous sense that you're gonna go crazy if you're scripted in that way. Alcoholic families are a good example. They're scripted not to think for themselves. Can we advance? Oh, now it's working, okay. So the frames of reference, what it means to be social, Facebook, information, knowledge, Google. And so it's not like we're being surveilled and monitored. This is just all going into this data dump of trash that these companies sieve through and sell to other companies. So it's not controlled by coercion. Nobody's putting a gun to our head. We want to communicate. It's exploiting the part of us that wants connection. Okay, and they're giving us this diluted version of social experience. It's not real. Doing nothing, over adaptation. So not identifying a goal, but accepting conforming to others' goals. So you're not solving the problem. Like, your partner says, where do you want to go to eat tonight? I don't know. You think, I don't know. I don't know. What did you have in mind? I'll do whatever you want to do. So you don't have to think for yourself. So the over-adaptation, I teach the preschool kids this novel, The Memory Police. It's a Japanese novel, translated to English in 2019. So you have this nameless main character, this female Japanese woman who lives on this island, but there's something special about this island, which periodically there are disappearances. So one day roses disappear, and then the next day books disappear, and calendars and these different things. And when the item disappears, all the other citizens of the island have to take that item. So if phones disappear, they have to bring it to these communal, burning kind of dumping grounds where they have these big fires to dispose of the items, or they throw them out to sea. And so if you don't do that, the memory police come and knock on your door, and they burst through and check to make sure you're not hiding any of the items in this story. So eventually, the citizens of the island, they wake up one day and their arm is missing. And so I think there might be a metaphor for mental health here, but they walk out into the street and they're like, oh dear, our arm is missing. What are we gonna do? And everybody's like, well, it's not that bad. I'm sure we'll get by. It's, we still have our other arm. It's this kind of oh dearism that Adam Curtis talks about. It's like all this scary stuff in the world, and we say, oh dear, there's nothing we can do. But people have always changed the world. That's why I get so excited talking with big groups, is like we're all here together and we're all the same, and we could figure out and make changes in the world. But what's confusing is that it's our own powerlessness that is our collective power. Because if we all went outside somewhere and just didn't do anything, sat in the road or blocked a building, that's our power. Because again, you see how the state responds to that. Collective organizing, they don't like it. In the story, the people never think to come together and overthrow the memory police. But so the story is an example, of this kind of totalitarian nightmare, where the memory police come and enforce these disappearances. With big tech in the virtual space, nobody is making us do it. We're volunteering to put out all of our information. I mean, again, there is some level of coercion, but nobody is forcing us to do it. We're, intoxicated by all this communication, this stimulation. So it's different than, like the book 1984, if people remember Orwell. It's like nobody's forcing us, they're not watching us. This is all about making money off of our data. And so it's, this sense of adaptation is that we're just merging slowly with these technologies, but that's because they want to keep us on the machine. Everywhere you go, they want you to download an app. They want you to say, what was your experience like? Take this survey. It's all about data to make money off of us. And all we have to do is say, we don't want to do that anymore. We should own the data. We should be selling it to you. I mean, it's a perverse kind of process. But Peter Hershock has a book, Buddhism and Intelligent Technology, and he says it's actually the colonization of consciousness itself, because what you have is this merger of military, government, corporate interest, and these tech companies. Because what does this thing do? I mean, let's talk in a more banal way. When you see a kid and a parent at the grocery store and they hand them this, right, to get them to relax and not grab the Snickers bar and stuff, you are pacifying the kid. So this is a pacification machine. We can just drift into this virtual world and pacify ourselves. The people in power don't want us to think, and they don't want us to organize. They want us to be, totally docile and obedient and conformist. I mean, the audience for the internet is the whole globe. And if you're going to put something out, you're going to market yourself to the whole globe, you actually end up being more and more conformist. You don't challenge power because that would, make you an outsider. So there's a real danger here in this level of manipulation that goes below our conscious awareness. Facebook can put a vote badge at the top of the newsfeed like they did in 2013. and it influences us, or they can change our news feed to make us happier or sadder, and we can't process what they're doing. And of course, their algorithms are proprietary, so we don't actually know what they're doing. But as Mark Zuckerberg said on Joe Rogan's podcast, they meet with the FBI. And so we're living in this sort of schizophrenia where is the FBI the good guy, or is the psychopath billionaire the good guy? It's like you can't figure out what's real and what's not real anymore. Am I right? It's getting more and more challenging to understand what's going on in the world, because of all of this is driven by self-interest, of course. But the aim is, total immersion in the virtual world. That's what the metaverse is really about, is that sensory information that they don't have, what's actually going on inside your body. They want that to collect that data, but they can hurt us in subtle and not so subtle ways. Now, I have a question here. What happens when you see this on your computer, or when the internet buffers? Let's be honest. You want to kill somebody, don't you? Yes. You actually want to physically harm someone. Okay, no, there's a fancy word for that. It's called agitation. Okay, so agitation, like I have a client who finds a bug on themselves when they're in their apartment and they're terrified of bugs. So what do? They clean the whole apartment. They put gloves on, they like hazmat suit, everything. That's not gonna deal with the powerlessness and the fear that they have about the bug. It's because of that bound up energy, that agitation. They're trying to do something with it. Pacing is another example. But when you feel despair, and again, if we're like being injected with this culture of despair, I'm reading The Politics of Cultural Despair by Fritz Stern right now, and a lot of the things I'm hearing, especially coming from the far right, sound exactly like what they were saying in the late 1800s about German culture, just ridiculing anything that has to do with democracy, liberal values, science, progress, self-expression and things. So agitation is that next one, and so this is where I want to talk briefly more in the context of mass shootings. We know what happens when people are agitated. That overexcitement, that energy that Durkheim wrote about. And Durkheim was writing about what he called anomie, and that's the breakdown of social bonds. So when you feel despair, if you don't have any connections, now we're hyper-connected to everybody all the time. So it's not anomie, it's this kind of hyper-individualism, total focus on yourself as this project. That's why we feel burnt out, because we feel like a project that we have to optimize through achievement. The mass shooter, almost all of them have been traumatized. They have this existential position that I'm not okay and you're not okay. And so if nobody's okay in the world, then nothing matters. It's a kind of nihilism. But they see themselves as a victim, and they stew in this anger, in this self-righteousness to get even. But go back to Top Gun. It's the same game. You revenge, you one-up the other person, you dominate the space. That's American culture. We're constantly agitated for space, despite having this huge, giant amount of land. We're agitated for space. And so I really see these mass shootings from the research I've done as games. That's what I do with clients of mine, is analyze psychological games. There's a kind of crude name to this one, but it's called Now I've Got You, You Son of a Bitch. That's what it is. They feel like a victim, and they strike back because a gun gives you situational power. If you're, just sitting here and somebody walks in with a gun, you're forced into a relationship with that person. It's a symbiosis, because they'll shoot you and you'll die. So if you feel not okay, if you're not getting connections, social, exclusion, that was talked about today. But everything in the culture is saying you have to go viral, you have to broadcast yourself, that's YouTube's slogan, then that's a way to transcend this sense of lack. You become a winner with this one-up status. You're a loser, but then you have a AR-15, and now you're a winner that licenses you to dominate the space and time. So that's where I'm saying it's this imperial act, it's this colonial act, and we're getting lost in, well, did they have a mental health challenge or not? I mean, people were murdered, and there's even more kind of bifurcation around it, but this is only happening in the United States, especially the school shootings. We're awash in military-grade weapons. The whole culture is militarized. I see this from my kids' perspective, the things that they see on TV and the shows. Everything is about resolving conflict through competition and violence. That's not good scripting to be pumping in to our kids, but we have 120 guns per person in the United States, including children. Where you go to England, it's 5 guns per 100 people. And the countries with the most guns, the top 5 countries with the most guns, have the most mass shootings, violence. Surprise, surprise. And the Violence Project, this is where the information is coming from, lays it out very clearly. Simple background checks, delays, campaigns about keeping guns in safes. 30% of these shootings go away. I mean, there's things that we can do, okay, and I'll get to that. But here's the numbers. You know, when we were building this giant middle class in the mid-20th century, there was less, I mean, there was still violence happening, but in terms of the numbers, these mass shootings were way down. And then, I won't get into the political stuff, but things changed in the 80s, and they've been rising ever since. So the gray bars are the number of mass shootings in a year, and the red line is victims. I put in there the number of people shot. I don't think you're a victim only if you die. You're victimized in this process. So look what happens as we move into the 21st century. But these numbers are based on 4 or more people dying in a mass shooting. So it's not entirely accurate. I'll get to that. But the connection I'm trying to make, the intersection I'm begging you to think about, and I know we only have a short amount of time, is that this culture of self-promotion, living within this virtual world, trying to ascend as the top gun, the top dog, this is what's driving this violence, this dominating, objectifying of people. And of course, big tech is only making money off of these spectacles. But that gives you, you know, in the 80s, you could make the newspaper. You can, you know, broadcast this live in real time to get the most virality of the situation. COVID, the numbers go down because a lot of people are just not interacting with people. They're going up. This is through the end of July. 6 mass shootings, 8 through 2022. But this is if 4 people are killed. If you want to see for mass shootings, if 4 or more people are shot, that's happening twice a day. That's probably happening right now. 545 this year. This is year to date. Guns kill people, okay? We need to do something about that. That's what they're made to do, especially the military-grade rifles. But in a relational sense, it gives you situational power. Now I'm above you. I'm better than you. I'm bigger than you, just because by way of having a gun. So that's violence, a way to resolve agitation. And so when I'm doing psychotherapy with people, again, I'm focusing on passive strategies. How are you not dealing with feelings? Like I already said, it enforces this symbiosis and it's bound up energy. When you're agitated, you can see and you can feel the different activity in your body, but problem solving has ended. When you commit the violence, it's just to get rid of, like Durkheim said, this acute overexcitement, but it's about power. So this is Eric Berne talking about a gun. If you feel like a loser, if you feel like there's nothing in the world for you, you know, climate change, war, famine, you know, the economic crises that we're constantly in, you can see where the mass shooting is a crying out of despair about there's nothing for it. So these are political acts that we have to recognize that these people are traumatized, most of them are abused, but they're suffering, and this is an expression of their suffering. Mental health is all about just expressing your suffering, and it's different in any culture that you're in. But this is specific to American culture. I think it's because of this social Darwinian, survival of the fittest, kill or be killed mentality. For the mass shooter, it's kill and be killed because it's a suicide mission. They're trying to resolve this sense of despair, but it's a game to go viral, to be sort of immortal online. And this is like the air we breathe. It's everywhere. It's hard to even point out because it's so pervasive, that sense of competition. But I see human beings as cooperative, and that we're very good at organizing together and doing things in a democratic way. So I've already kind of covered that there's no escape route. There's not meant to be one, despite the amount of energy researching and figuring out how to, make this act happen. And with the school shooting specifically, they're a simulation of Columbine. Some of you are old enough to remember in the late 90s. It's just a playbook off of that. That has never happened before, but now we have all of these simulations of that. Why? Because they can go online and research and figure out what they did and how to do it, that sort of thing. And it's that sense of superiority, that self-righteousness. I'm gonna get revenge at all these people, and usually there's racist elements, sexist, white supremacy with these shooters. They think that the evil is out here, that they're trying to get back against. Simple solution, working on calming ourselves, de-escalating. But I think we should start, and this is gonna come from parents, I'm convinced of this, because we all know that this is not good for the kids, right? I mean, this is what you learn when you're a parent, is like, oh, why didn't I wear sunscreen for like 10 years? That's strange, it's like frying my skin. We start a social movement, anti-big tech, and we don't have any goals, we don't have any ideas, we just know that there's something we need to push back against. And so you can meet anybody and say, we're starting this anti-big tech movement, and if they're pro-big tech, they probably make $400,000 a year or more or something, so we don't want them in the group. But everybody else, like I loved hearing Bukata speak, but I doubt Blue Cross Blue Shield would pay him to talk about class issues. Because if we start with class, that inevitably leads to race. But all of us, we're in the 99%, okay? There's no billionaires in here. That's where we should start from, a class critique. Big tech, they're the new oligarchs, okay? Putin is listening to his oligarchs in Russia. Biden is listening to his oligarchs here in the United States. It's ruled by a few. We are many, they are a few. They're terrified of us getting in rooms together. That's why the move to virtual, so you're isolated. This doesn't assemble. This isolates. It's just me in here by myself. We need to assemble, and we need to do it peacefully. Like the Black Lives Matter was attempting to do, is we need to push these power structures because they are not going to budge other ways. But rather than thinking about dominating space, we occupy it temporarily to understand the sacredness of space. I do think, analytical therapies are the way to go, but the way I practice is I'm just teaching the client to teach themselves a model. Transactional analysis, I've landed on it after many years of different types of therapy, but it's really confronting passive behavior. Okay, so I want to leave you with a quick story, and then I'm happy to take questions. So when I do meditation with the preschool kids, we do a mindfulness exercise, then we do meditation, and then we do a story. They love the story. Sometimes I make them up. Sometimes I tell them, koans and different things. And so there is this Zen story about a boy who's walking in the jungle. He's walking through the jungle, and he spots a tiger ambling by. The tiger makes eye contact with the boy, gives chase. So the boy runs. And the boy runs and comes to a precipice, and he leaps over the precipice, grabs onto a vine with one hand. So he's hanging from the vine, the tiger up above him. I say to the kids, well, what happens if he climbs up on the cliff? The tiger's going to eat him. Yeah, the tiger's going to eat him. The issue is he looks down. There's another tiger below. Now if he falls down, the tiger's going to eat him. He's got the tiger up above him. If he climbs up, he's going to get eaten. Just then, two mice, a black mouse and a white mouse, crawl onto the vine, and they start chewing on the vine. And I say to them, what's going to happen if they chew through the vine? They say he's going to fall, and then the tiger's going to eat him. So in that moment, the boy looks to the side, he sees the strawberry bush, he grabs the strawberry, he bites the strawberry, and he tastes the sweetness. That's the story. In the moment, we all tasted the strawberry, right? Or some of us? Could you taste the sweetness? Okay, that's what's happening right now. This story is about non-duality. So what I think, there aren't Republicans, there aren't Democrats, there aren't mentally ill people, there aren't not mentally ill people. There's people. And we need to get together with people and give up this identity politics stuff that creates separation. We're all the same, fundamentally. Okay, so letting go of these, I'm not saying that that's not an aspect of your experience, but in the moment, this is what Zen is really about, is letting go of that idea of yourself, because then you can be in a symbiotic relationship with someone. That's what happens with a mother and an infant. That's my experience from observing it, is it doesn't matter who that person was beforehand. All of their energy is about taking care of that baby. Now, if we did that with one another and paid attention to how people were agitated and calmed the fuck down, I think the world might get a little better. But we're going to have to work together, and we're going to have to push back against these people in power. And that's where I think subversion, resist the temptation to identify as one camp or the other. The two tigers don't really exist in the moment, just like Republicans, Democrats, liberals, conservatives. So that's my message. If you want more of this information, I have a podcast that I run through these ideas, but I'm happy to take questions. Thanks so much for your time.
Same way. Let's just hold on to this, shouldn't I? So yeah, if anyone has any questions, we have time for about one or two. So I know the questions at the end of the day can be tricky, but let's get one right here.
Obviously, I know you don't have a lot of time, so I'll try to just get a shorter question you could answer.
Sure.
I agree that we need to get off the technology so much, but we know that women and men both use technology about similar amounts, and most of these mass shootings are white men. So do you want to speak
It's
it out
not
to
actually
that?
mostly white men. The demographics in the U.S. are across race. It's about the same. But it's 98% men. It's definitely male. It's a masculine, but I wouldn't think of it as men. Again, this idea of non-duality, there is feminine energy and there's masculine energy. And it's got nothing to do with gender or sexuality. We need more feminine energy, which is self-effacing. We need to teach that you don't have to always give your opinion and say what you're thinking. I mean, the stuff that comes up in my head, I don't say it to my kids. I have to think, okay, what should I actually say that's nurturing in a situation? But that was a surprise to me. It's actually not just white Christian men. That's what I thought it was. But it's definitely a masculine characteristic flavor to it.
Any other questions, comments, concerns?
But they're learning this in the culture, okay? This is an American phenomenon, but we've always dominated space and time. We have something like 900 military bases all over the globe. We don't even know where most of them are, colonizing space with weapons. We invite people into our economic system, our democratic, so-called democratic system, and when they say they don't want to do it, then we show them the guns. So this is a phenomenon that doesn't surprise me that it exists, and it'll continue to exist until we push back. The gun thing is such a tense issue for people. I think we should start with big tech, because there is that aspect of they're profiting off of these massacres. And everyone, I think, is in agreement, because my in-laws, you could argue, are really conservative. My family of origin is more liberal, but everywhere I go and talk about this, it's all in agreement. There is a problem with this. We might not know exactly what's going on, but I think it's mindlessness, and that it terrifies me that my kindergartner is doing math on a tablet, and where this is going to go in 20 years. But we can get together and we can change this, because it's really I know I'm taking up more time. This is monopoly power. So this doesn't even, this is a phone, right? But it doesn't look like a phone. I've had lots of different phones in my life. So now it's the elimination of the phone. It's elimination of, answering machine, pagers, you could talk about all that, but the TV is going away. And soon people won't go to movie theaters because it's too scary to go to movie theaters. So monopoly power just eliminates other technology. And with this, it's so everything can be recorded. This is a self-tracking machine. It tracks itself. When I talk to my clients on the phone, I want that communication to disappear. In fact, I want most of my communication to disappear, probably this lecture included, but it doesn't disappear. And it's not like we're being, followed around by goons. It's like it's just going to this vast well of data mining, and it's the same old form of an economic system. They're not building skyscrapers, but you have to dig up the earth in order to get the minerals for the batteries and all the water to cool these computer servers. There is nothing green about Google and these big tech companies. They are predators, and they're working with these psychopath politicians, and I think everyone knows that. Again, this feels like Russia in the late 90s, early 90s. Everybody knew that the people in charge had no clue what they're doing. I think that's what's happening in the United States, and so we feel despair, we feel more anxiety. They don't know what they're doing. We need to agree on that, put aside, this two-party system. It's not working. They're both corporate-owned parties, so we need to go beyond that. I'll shut up now. Thanks so much.
All right, let me take a quick look at, I know. Let's see here. So we still have a little bit of time here just because we are ahead of schedule. So our next presentation was planning to go on at about 3:10 according to your programs. Correct me if I'm wrong. 3:10, ready right now. Let's give it just 5 minutes just so we can get everyone situated. Again, stand up, move around, shake it off, and then we will continue on with the rest of the programming.
peer recovery has to do with substance use and substance abuse, and peer support is mental health.
Yeah, and I just am peer support specialist for mental health, and Luis does both.
Okay, can you guys share what being a peer support means to you?
To me, it gives me a chance to give back. For the years that I struggled so hard with my mental health, you know, from hospitalizations to all the different services I've had and have currently, and now that I feel like I'm stable in recovery for quite a few years, it really helps me to help other people, and I just feel that like I can relate to where they're at, and if I can bring some hope to somebody that is where I was this many years ago, I think that's the biggest thing for me, is like if I just giving people hope, because there is, you know, darkest hours, there is going to be a light somewhere coming, but sometimes it's really hard to see, and I think when you have people who are currently in crisis or struggling, it's hard to see that hope, so that's where I think someone who's been there and there is light at the end of the tunnel, that's what I find.
I agree with Amy. I think hope is a huge part of this. Being able to work with people that are where you have been, and being able to relate to them on a one-on-one basis, or at least be able to be empathetic and have similar experiences, whether it's with mental health or substance abuse, is so comforting to a client. When I look at a client and I tell them that they can tell me anything and it's not going to shock me, and it's truly not going to shock me, because I've either been there and done that, or I know people who have. I've been extremely lucky with the company that I work for, and with their support, and with my family and friends and my sober and mental health networks, that it's really important for me to give those things back. They are willing to support me, and why should I not give that back to someone else? And maybe, hopefully, make the road just a little easier for them.
Perfect. What are some personal benefits of receiving peer supports? So what do you think are the primary benefits that the clients that you work with are getting from working with you versus working with other professionals?
My role with Inspire Services and with LeSueur County is a little different, and each person's, especially in the peer recovery setting, their roles are a little different. Mine has a tendency of going towards more child protection and drug court. So I get to work with a lot of families that are in that system, and work with the kids if they're still there, really helping them find that way to a more stable mental health place where they can have their children back, or stable recovery place where they can keep their children in the home or regain custody. I also have the flexibility of being able to go to court and support them, or meet with their guardian ad litems, and be in the home. Kind of pick up some of that slack where we all know that our social workers, our caseworkers are so inundated with clients, and some people really need that one-on-one, and I'm able to give that one-on-one. Obviously, we do not diagnose, we do not treat, we do not give advice on medications, we do not do any of those things. But I can help them with resources and help them maneuver that way. Do you want to talk on mental health aspect?
As far as mental health, for me, I think that sometimes if the person being served walks into a psychiatrist or psychologist or social worker, case manager, sometimes they feel like they're being judged from for the symptoms they're having, or they can't tell the truth because the person's going to judge them. And I really feel like, because I know from personal experience that a lot of times I was like, you're just saying this to me, or you're judging me, you don't really know where I'm at. And so being a peer support, why I think it's so beneficial is that you have this person in your organization, no matter what your organization is, that provides real life experience. And we all know that we learn things through life, and we learn and we make mistakes and we learn. And so if I can say to somebody who's, for example, in the crisis center residential, and maybe they're going to NERTS, I could say, years ago, I was in the crisis center, and I went to a NERTS. I said, and you know what? I'm doing okay today. So, because sometimes people are like, I don't know what to expect out of a NERTS. I'm willing to go, but I'm really scared. I don't know what to expect. I don't know what. And you know what? If I could say, I was there for 60 days in a NERTS, and I really benefited from it. And this is what I thought of it. And to give perspective like that, if someone would have been there for me as a peer support when I went through it, I wouldn't have been so scared at the time, because you're already in crisis. And then you have being told, well, you have to go to NERTS, or you're going to be, put on commitment, or you're going to be that just, to me, it just intensifies the anxiety and the issues that are causing the crisis.
If I could add to that, I think that Amy and I, in our positions, we're extremely vulnerable, because one of the first things that we do when we meet a new client is we sit down with them and we tell them our story, or as much of our story as we feel is appropriate to share at that time. Being the first one vulnerable in that room can be kind of, I don't know about Amy, but it can be kind of scary for me. I'm kind of used to it now. My life's an open book for the most part. And obviously there's prerequisites to get up here on this panel, so we all know we have backgrounds, but it gives that person a chance to not have to talk about their issues and their problems right away, but to hear where we've come from, what we've done, and how we continue to live life in a much healthier way afterwards, and hopefully we can help steer them on that path.
And another benefit to peer services is a lot of people coming into crisis, or whether it's substance use or mental health or both, there's trust issues because they've been let down so many times in their life, or things haven't worked out. So, you can build trust with them because you can relate to them. And if they can have just that little bit of trust in you, they can learn to, they might build more trust and start to, trust their case manager and other people that are working for them.
I sit outside the programming room where Amy does groups, and we actually have 2 peer support specialists and a peer recovery specialist at the crisis center that does groups, and I get to listen to all of their groups, and it is a significant difference when you listen to a peer-led group versus a professional-led group. Just the amount of sharing and they just kind of throw it all out there when they know that it's a peer-led group. So I think it's very, very therapeutic for the clients to be in that situation where they can just share what they need to share and not feel like they're being judged or they're being diagnosed, or people are thinking different things about them. And it's fascinating to listen to just the openness that happens in those groups. Now I made Amy all paranoid that she knows that I'm listening so closely to her.
I know she's got the whole place bugged.
Maybe. All right, next question. What are some organizational benefits from your guys' perspective about having peers on staff?
I believe for one of the main ones is, as I had mentioned, everyone has such high caseloads. And having that individual one-on-one time with a client and having it be someone who can empathize with them and meet them where they're at. You know, not stretch out goals for the next 20 years or 10 years or even 5, but let's get through today. How are we going to do this today? You know, and just be real level. They also have, at least for me, they have the capability of calling, because I have really bad boundaries, about 24 hours a day. I don't have that many clients on my caseload that most of them will call in the evening or will call early morning, sometimes middle of the night, doesn't always get answered, but they have that ability of being able to contact somebody outside of those 8 to 5 hours and know that they're going to get a response, whether it's a text back that says, I'm busy right now, but I'll contact you right away in the morning. If it's an emergency, let me know. You know, but they have someone that they know is going to answer that. And I do honestly try and answer within an hour, even if I can't have a full conversation with them, I still try and get back to them so that they know that they've been heard.
And I think every mental health organization, whether even like hospitals and, I mean, really can benefit from having peer supports and peer recovery specialists on their team because you know, we always hear we want to be person-centered. Well, what's more person-centered than having someone with lived experience on your team? And, you know, so you might be a mental health practitioner or a social worker, but, you know, say you have a peer in your organization, maybe the case managers will be like, can you just give us some input on maybe, you know, not necessarily, you know, telling you who the person is, but I'm having this person and they're having this issue and I can't seem to touch base with them or communicate with them. They could come to me and be like, you know, do you have any technique or do you have anything that would be able to help me connect with this person? And I think no matter the organization, you know, can benefit from having someone with lived experience on your team.
Completely agree with that. So if somebody's working with somebody and they have an interest in being a peer support specialist or a peer recovery specialist, how does one go about doing that?
Call Tina. Her number is, no, I'm just kidding.
I feel like half the people in this room already have my number, Amy, so.
It will be on the big screen soon. No, there is a certification in the state of Minnesota right now. The certification is not, there is of no cost, but you do need to have guaranteed employment in order to take the class, and it's for the peer support specialists for mental health is 2-week intensive course. It's equal to like a 3-credit college course in 2 weeks. And you got a test, and you also have to keep up your CEUs. And yeah, and you also have to have supervision. But the main thing, what I bring it down to is, if you have an organization or you work for an organization, advocate for them to have a peer, because it's not that hard to become certified and keep up the stuff if your organization is willing to do it.
Absolutely. The recovery piece to it is it depends on where you go for the training. I happened to do mine online, and it was a week-long training, 8 to 5, and then I had to do my board certification up in the Twin Cities and take that test. And again, it's all the CEUs and the certification, or the supervision is also in place for that as well.
Yeah, just like Amy said, I mean, the big piece is just remembering that you have to have that guaranteed employment. So that is something that, as an organization, if it's something that you're interested in doing, making sure that you advertise that a little bit, let people know that that is something that you're willing to do. I know through Horizon Homes, we have a lot of certified peer support and certified recovery specialists. So if you have any questions, we can definitely answer those for you as far as like why we do it and, the benefits that we get out of it as well. So.
Is there a place, if somebody's interested in doing that, is there a place they can go to see what organizations are hiring? Does that kind of make sense?
Her question was if someone was interested in becoming a certified peer support, certified peer recovery specialist, where would they go to see if someone's hiring? The honest truth is in southern Minnesota, there is very few organizations like Horizon Homes or Inspire that hire peers at this point. So I don't know that there's like a database or like you can go on Indeed and they have it on there. I don't think so. But, if you work for, or you work with an organization or you have someone, otherwise Shelley White at Department of Human Services, I'm sure her information's online. Shelley White is in charge of all peer specialists through the state of Minnesota through the department, DHS. So she would be your contact there. And
yeah, Shelley's a great contact, and there's more than just the mental health piece and the recovery piece too. They are expanding into different roles as we speak. They're going to be putting peers in with families who have children with special needs. They're going to be putting them in the prisons and jail systems. So it is constantly growing as we speak.
And I'm assuming if you contact Shelley White, she would be able to give you some idea of what organizations within our area have hired in the past. That would probably be the best place to start. But really, it's relatively easy for any organization to hire. There just has to be, somebody interested and that job description posted. So,
if I could add to that, I got hired because my outpatient counselor from 10 some odd years ago knew that I would be good for the job, or thought I would be good for the job. And she worked for Inspire. And that's how I got into that role. So if you have somebody who comes to you and asks about that position, I would highly suggest having them contact where they went. If they went to outpatient, or if they went to inpatient, or if they went to the crisis center, or any mental health facility, and see if they know as well.
And one thing to know is that many of the certified peer or recovery specialists, they aren't looking to work full time. A lot of them are looking to work part time. Some are looking maybe work full time, but some it's just part time, or maybe it's a couple days a week, or whatever. But it's a valued resource for any organization, and so a lot of organizations that are open to doing it are pretty flexible in understanding what the specialists. Peer specialist is able to do and stuff, so.
All right. How is being a peer support your own recovery? That was a really wonky question. How is it helping you guys in your own recovery to be a support? There, that makes a little bit more sense.
Well, I felt like I kind of answered this question, but I really like giving back and helping people, and like to just, for myself, I mean, I see people where I used to be, and it helps me every day to remember that, you know, I could be back where one of them is if I don't keep up what I need to do to take care of myself and keep on my own mental health. So, I mean, so it's kind of back and forth, you know, because, I mean, not that I'm judging them by any means, but I'm feeling like, okay, I'm helping them. And I want to, for myself, stay, you know, over in the recovery area. So I realize, you know, that sometimes I need to step back and just take a day for me or do something that keeps my mental health stable and keeps me going in the path that I'm on.
It's a great reminder for me. Every time I step into the courtroom, I know where I could have been and what I was lucky enough not to get into. And it helps me remember how far I've come and that we are not better than any of the clients that we work with. I think you would agree. We are the same people, but we've been able to grow, and we want to show that our clients that is possible. It's possible to have second careers. It's possible to have careers where you didn't even know there was one and enjoy it. But at the same time, we have to be selfish with our own selves because we are in recovery, and that has to come first. And unfortunately, that comes before, well, not unfortunately, but that comes before our families too, because if we're not our best person, we can't be for anybody else. So.
That is all I have for questions for you ladies. Anything else you'd like to add?
Does anyone else have any questions they'd like to ask? Especially Tina, she always loves questions.
I don't know why I needed to be up here. Amy could have just ran this show.
It's okay. I just mouthed to the middle table, except from you.
Well, I think the middle table has lots of questions. I
Yeah.
can tell Josh.
No,
Feel free to
Jonathan
chime in
has the-
anytime.
Ricky. Jonathan.
About the challenges that you guys have faced, or some of the things that you've encountered as a peer specialist in, like, the, you know, with either colleagues, or what you would want providers to know about your role?
So, like, what challenges it is to be a peer specialist, or?
I think, like, you know, from a provider's perspective, it was when we first started hiring peer specialists, it was like, are we making the right decision here? Is this going to be, you know, are we going to have to approach this differently than we approach other staff? And I'm kind of wondering what your take on that is.
For my personal experience, working at the crisis center, I feel like I get treated just like an equal to any other staff there. And I don't feel that, and I guess I really feel like I get treated like a professional and not judged or anything because I've had the mental health, and not necessarily just because the people that work with people with crisis and stuff, but he treats you like a person. And if you have any, I mean, that's for most organizations, is that, you know, if you treat the people like I treat the peers, or I, you know, treat Tina.
Bad example.
No, but I mean, you know, if just being treated as an equal, I think has been a positive experience for me. So I really haven't run into any obstacles in that sense.
No, I've always felt like I've been treated 100% like every other employee. Since the day I walked in the door, it's been nothing but respect for myself, my family, my time, the whole 9 yards.
And I think from an organizational standpoint, it's just having that open door policy, whether that person is a peer support or an employee, having that open door policy to say what we do every day is draining. It's exhausting. What do you need from us as an organization so that we can support you? And Amy brings a very, very good perspective when we have staff meetings, and a very good reminder of, hey, we are working with people and we need to make sure that that comes first and foremost, not, what theory are we implementing or what modality are we using. It's what are you doing for that person and what are you doing to meet them? So.
Right, and I think, like the word person-centered was like this big word, but it really is about treating the person as they are, whether that's staff, a peer, employee. I mean, every person wants to be treated like they're important, and I think that from my experience and other peers that's the most important thing, is just to be treated like you're important, just like everyone else.
And by the time clients get to us, there's a certain level of fear on their part. Sometimes there's a lot of fear. Sometimes there's just a little bit. But helping clients know that they have options, because a lot of times they go into, and I'm not speaking for Horizon Homes or Crisis Center or anybody, but if you go into a detox or you go into a 72-hour hold, you're told you have to go here next and you have to go here next. Let's give somebody in the middle who has had experience with it and say, this is what this program's going to do to help you, and this is what this one's going to do. What do you think is best? Helping them have some word in how their recovery is going to look. They know they need to do it, but let's give them some options and let's let them make some of the decisions so that they're not, for lack of a better word, railroaded to go one way and not the other way that their heart's going. Because I don't think they're going to be referred to someplace that's not going to do a wonderful job.
And one thing I think would be I would love to see is all your organizations, whether it's through substance use and treatment or mental health and mental health treatment, is to have the peers at all your levels, because a lot of your people that you serve, if you're a case manager, you list their therapists, their psychiatrists, their primary care physician, maybe ARMS, CST worker, financial worker, all these professionals. But somewhere in that care team, it would be great to be able to list a peer. And, if it's at the county and you have them, if it's at your clubhouse, I know some clubhouses do have them, like Nicollet County has one at their clubhouse. And those are great opportunities to be in that care team, because, you get all your care team, but having that different perspective than just the professional perspective, not that a peer is not professional, but to me, I think that would ideally be fantastic to see more and more of.
I know LeSueur County has been absolutely phenomenal with keeping myself especially in on those care coordination meetings, which is a huge benefit to me and the client, because that way I know exactly what points they have to have when it comes to child protection, what we have to accomplish, and that way we can make a plan to get there. It doesn't have to be one straight road like everybody thinks it needs to be. We can make a plan on their terms as well as other terms. But being able to be in on those conversations and knowing what's going on a little bit more outside of just your 2 or 4 hours with that person is extremely beneficial.
Any other questions? I always feel like the end of the day is rough because I know about 75% of you are already checked out, which is okay. I'm there with you.
That's okay.
We're good.
Cheers are so loud, aren't they? All right, like Tina had mentioned, I know that we're getting to the end of the day here, and we still have one more brief presentation. Shouldn't take longer than 15 minutes or so. Ron is going to come back and do a recap of the day. That was one of our goals of the conference, was that we have a full experience from the very beginning all the way to the very end. So who better to recap it than the person who was keynote speaking it. So I'm going to work on getting that set up here. It shouldn't take too long. Before I transition over now to Ron, again, feel free to stand up and move around if you need to. I just wanted to, again, thank everybody for attending today. There were a couple people that I forgot to mention on the slides that have been rotating. So I just wanted to make sure I thanked MRCI, who was involved with our steering committee, and then Inspire Services, who, again, had Luis join us here on the panel. So yeah, like I said, gonna get Ron pulled back up here, and then we'll wrap up the day. So thanks. So we're waiting to get you pulled up on the screen here.
Okay.
Oh, that's right. I got. Right? We pull this. No, that's right. Should be okay. Okay. I'll go upstairs. Sure. Sounds good. All right.
So,
We'll just hang tight.
am I up there now or not here?
Well, they can hear you, but not see you.
Okay. So he's gone to do something, right?
Yep. Yeah,
It was a good day. It was a very good day. It was very interesting.
absolutely. No, I agree. It went well, and there's obviously things that we can improve on, but that's not what we're worried about. So
And hopefully they ate the 50 dozen donut holes.
exactly. Most of them, they had to throw some of them out because they were sitting out too long. But I forgot to mention something about the survey, so I'll say something to you before you wrap up.
Okay.
Yep. I should have written it down. All right, you are on.
Okay. Yeah, okay, I don't need to share the screen, I'm just gonna be on the screen here. Okay, we're good to go. I'm delighted to be back. I hope you ate the 50 dozen donut holes that Alex was talking about this morning. If you didn't, I'm sure you can take a bag home with you, basically. So I need to do two things. First, I want to mention a brand new book called Fighting for Recovery, an Activist History of Mental Health Reform. This book recounts the history of the consumer movement over the last 50 years and the key role that the consumer movement has played in the transformation of mental health. The fact that we now have person-centered care, the fact that we now have the concept of recovery lays at the door of the consumer movement and many of the consumers who fought very hard for recovery in their own personal experience. So it's a very interesting book by Phyllis Vine. I encourage you to get a copy of the book and read it, basically. So let me go to the meeting. So I would say, what a day, what a day, what a day. Wonderful day. I hope you all enjoyed the presentations. I want to say several things about them. The entire day examined the impact of social determinants, including technology, including some of our behavioral health interventions. They are social determinants as well. And we examined these things in different populations, in minority populations, in farmer populations, in children populations, and in provider populations, including peers. Very interesting. Common theme out of all of this: negative determinants can lead to stress, stress can lead to trauma, and trauma can lead to behavioral health conditions. So we all share that potential reaction in common to negative social determinants. So again, to underline, social determinants are just exceptionally important in how we live our lives, how long we live, and how quickly we will die. So then the question becomes, what are we going to do about the negative social determinants? As Andrew told you, passivity is not the answer. Neither is depression. I think he did an excellent job of that. We need to build our communities. We need to build our communities and to promote well-being in those communities. This can be done in many places. It can be done through your own workplace, can be done through your neighborhood, can be done through the local school, the local church, the local social group, or almost anywhere. An example, why don't you reach out to someone you don't know and engage them? You could do that on your way home this evening, basically. So one of the things that I think was very important in the day as you begin to build communities is what Mr. Hayes told you this morning. Speak your truth, become engaged, be okay with experiencing defeat, and accept and expect that it's going to take a long time to change things. So he also asked, are you going to be part of the effort to create the new system? And then my final question to you is, what are you going to do next week after you leave this conference? So what one thing will change in your life, in any of the contexts of your life, once you leave this conference? So I'm going to leave you with that. I'm going to stop, but before I stop, I also want to congratulate Alex for putting together a wonderful conference. I think you should give him a wonderful round of applause for all he did. I know he's been working on this for 6 months, and he worked very hard on it. And he's the guy that brought you the 50 dozen donut holes, basically. So Alex, the floor is back to you.
don't even need the microphone, but I'm just going to do this anyways for the people on YouTube. Again, thank you all for attending. Thank you to all the speakers that took time out of their busy schedules to present at this conference. I again reiterate what Ron just said. Hopefully you were able to take at least one thing away from this conference, but also utilize that and take that with you and actually do something with it. I know I learned a couple things here today too that I can implement in my own life. So I challenge you all to think creatively in how you go about the rest of your days, your lives, your careers, your passions. One last final thought is that I also just wanted to thank the Center for Rural Behavioral Health for providing this space, MSU, David Beimers, who's still here. This wouldn't be possible without the team here that they have at MSU, so I'm forever grateful for the work that they do, because I just know that I couldn't do it, not at least on my own. So last thought, I promise you this is the last one, Julie, is that there is going to be a survey sent out to everybody, a Survey Monkey, probably tomorrow. I'm going to just crash out on my couch as soon as I get home. Again, feedback is hugely important, especially when we start looking at planning our conference for next year. And also, for those of you that are interested about CEUs, we didn't print those out in certificate form for today, but I will plan on emailing those all out to you by the end of the week. So I'm trying to save a tree. So again, thank you all. Safe travels home, and we'll see you all soon. Thanks.
Absolutely. So we should probably brief next week sometime, and especially after your survey results back, okay? And take home the rest of those donuts. Take care. Yeah.
Thank you.